And we're live.
Good evening, and welcome to the 5 p.m. Board of Trustees work session. I need a motion to open this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the ayes have it. I am going to, because we have a staff member here for just one item, I don't want to make him wait all night, so I'm going to skip to that item. Under new business A, 2020 day camp program. What we're going to discuss here tonight is, the Village of Mamaroneck runs a day camp every year. And that day camp is very well attended, very well run, and very important for the community. But this year, in light of the COVID-19 pandemic that's sweeping the nation, but also very much concentrated here in this part of New York State, we're struggling to figure out how we can safely run a day camp, if we can safely run a day camp. I have my doubts about that, but Jerry, I'm going to throw it over to you, Mr. Barbario, the village manager.
Thanks, Mayor. So a couple of things that provide a wall for us, or a stumbling block, are the lack of facilities that we have for indoor, which in the past we've always used outside facilities. We've used facilities run and owned by the school district, and other facilities like that. They are not available to us. In addition to that, our biggest concern is the fact that we have some very hardworking staff members, but none of them are health professionals. And committing to something that during this time, especially since the inflammatory syndrome issue with the children's has just come up within the last few weeks, I have very little confidence and ability that we're going to be able to properly run a day camp. And if we can't run a day camp and take care of the kids, we have to bow out. We can't commit to it. I'll let Jason say a few more things if he wants.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo Jerry's sentiments on exactly that. Just like so we had to talk like a little more descriptive, just even going through the CDC guidelines, lack of facility, provide an isolation room. Well, if there's an exposure in that room, keep it unoccupied for 24 hours and then get it cleaned. These are all things that we just can't do. We don't even have walls in some of these rooms. I mean, obviously you guys know the pavilion, it's very open, and then there's some cordoned off rooms. That's a concern. My other concern is how, if we do have a case, how do we track it in terms of how deep is this going to spiral through camp? It might be hard if you have 280 kids in camp and one potentially gets exposed to track where that kid has been. It could be everybody, or it could be half. It's going to be really hard to know how many places they touched, and that's the tricky thing.
And let me just ask you, is if we did have a camp, and I can't see any way that the guidelines wouldn't require us to social distance. I mean, how do you keep little kids 6 feet apart from each other?
It's very difficult. It's very difficult. Even if we spread it out, the little ones, they just don't understand. They want to hug, they want to high five. They're just not going to get it. And then there's another layer on it. If we have to provide masks for children and kids, and the heat, and that's a whole nother thing, and who's hot, and the face coverings are on, keeping them spread out. Also, the little ones need to get that air conditioned time. They can't stay out in the heat all day. So then you got to bring them inside, and 30 little ones in a group is going to be tricky to get them social distance inside the pavilion.
We also use, Mayor, we also use a lot of equipment, and we can't have multiple kids touching the equipment. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work the way we're set up. You'll read stories that I've read over the weekend about sleepaway camp and the provisions that they make That's not us. Kids get dropped off. We give them as many activities as we can give them. We utilize the equipment that we have, and then they, head home to their parents and to their homes.
Mhm.
There's no way to keep them safe during that period of time.
Right. And then the 75 some odd staff that range from 16 years of age up to mid 70s, depending on what they're doing. Are our teachers older? So that's a concern too. How do you keep the teenagers who go home and then those older folks who are going to be around the kids? How is the art teacher not going to be able to touch the same kid's pen brush or the same kid's art project? It's just not, it's not possible. And, what happens if we do have a scare and it's not like the police department, we can have a reserve of backup staff, 30 backup staff on reserves. They're part-time employees. So it's tricky. It's definitely a tough situation.
Do you think that parents are going to even let their kids be counselors or let the younger children attend? Do you have any sense? I mean, I have several friends whose kids are camp counselors in other camps, and they are not letting their kids work this summer. They're just not taking that risk.
I find it split between literally down the middle, not particularly camp, but like lifeguards, beach staff. Some parents are not thrilled with their kids working at all. They prefer them not to work. Some want them to work and they're not as worried about it. With camp, I've noticed that there's the same thing. There's groups of parents who we've already refunded. They said they're scared, whatever the case is. And then there's groups of parents that are like, please tell me you're having it. Please tell me you're having it. It goes both ways. It's very split down the middle.
It comes down to safety. So for the last a little bit more than 2.5 months, we've had to rework the way we do things. We've had to rethink the way we do things. We can't think of how we can do this safely and rework it so that the kids are safe. We've been fairly successful with other areas, as we perform our services for the public. This is one where we can't figure out how to do it properly.
Now, I know Trustee Winstrup, you looked at some stuff from the CDC online.
Hey, can you see me? Can you
No.
hear me?
No, we can hear you. We can't see you.
Okay, I'm on my phone instead of my computer because anyway. Let me see. Okay now?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Good.
okay. Yeah, I was looking at the CDC information that just came out over the weekend, and I know I forwarded it to all of you, and there was a section on day camps, there was a section on schools. It talks about how touchy the bathrooms are because everyone touches everything in bathrooms. It talks about, desks in schools 6 feet apart. It says no extracurricular activities. And I just thought there is no possible way. And I know we've been waiting for the county to make a call on this to see what their guidance would be. And we've talked about every which way from Sunday we could possibly do a limited camp. And I just don't see it possible. I don't see it possible under these guidelines. I just don't.
Well, and I'd also say, are they going to be able to even go to the hummocks pool? Do we want to put them? Do we want to put them on buses?
No.
So
And
I could just tell you, like,
open.
Yeah.
the trips, if for example, Westchester County notified us that the kids can't go to Playland this year if we're running a day
Right.
camp. That is just one of many that won't. So the trips are not going to be out. How are we going to put 45 kids on a bus?
You can't.
And
And
and the pools aren't even open yet for the public. I don't imagine they'll let day camps into the pool when they do open. Because they'll probably be at a very restricted capacity.
Yeah, with the phase reopening in New York, recreation is phase 4. And I think we're at least 6 weeks out for that. I think what they've talked about is going every 2 weeks progressing to the next phase if there's no spike. So we just entered phase 1 of the reopening today. So again, we're probably looking at least 6 weeks just to get reopened for recreation, which puts us at a mid-June timeframe.
Right. And I would also like to
Mid-July.
say that to Trustee Winstrup, Deputy Mayor Winstrup, is that these CDC guidelines, I think, are lax compared to whatever the state's going to put out if they let us do it. I don't think, like, when I read this, there's a lot of language like where feasible. I don't think the state's going to tell us where feasible, please do X, Y, and Z. So I think it's going to be a little more stringent than what the paper is in front of me personally, if they do let us do it.
But one thing I'm kind of disappointed about is that, Jerry will attest to this on a lot of the phone calls with the county and with the state. I've been asking them for guidance on this. And, they haven't given us any guidance. I was hoping that this was going to be a decision made by Westchester County Department of Health. It's just, because of the high incidence of infection in this county and the high incidence of spread that we had, that they would make this. I was hoping they would make it in the beginning of April. This way we could have, informed people and allowed people to make alternate plans. But that wasn't to be. So it's up to each municipality now to call their own shot.
One of the things Governor Cuomo said recently is that he wouldn't send his kids to camp.
Right, I understand that they haven't really given no solid.
Right.
And that's disappointing.
And Mayor, I would echo my colleagues from other municipalities that are supervisors and superintendents would echo the same message, that we're frustrated, that we've constantly asked, and through our RAPs, our local organization has asked, and we've got zero feedback other than fill out your permit and we'll let you know. So it's frustrating because I think we deserve to have a little more guidance than nothing.
Especially in the village where so many people need it, who have no other choice but to go to work. This was a good program for a lot of those folks. But, it is what it is, and we are where we are.
And when my struggle is, like I tell the parents, if you break down our camp for the average resident, it's about $31 a day per day. Who's going to find a babysitter for 6 to 8 hours for $31 a day? It's tough. I feel for a lot of people because we're like school for a lot of parents in the summer in terms of childcare. So, yeah.
Well,
they've had their kids home for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And I think everybody probably would appreciate to have a different place to go. But I just don't see how we can do it responsibly.
Absolutely.
Right.
And I just think we owe it to those parents who are trying to make plans that they shouldn't rely on us, that we just need to make a decision.
Yeah.
I agree.
And the sooner we tell them, the better off everybody.
Yeah.
But Jerry, I think you're hearing what you had the inclination of thinking too, right?
Yes, sir. That is what I was thinking. And it's important that we had this conversation, but especially in a public work session. But we'll I'll make the final determination tomorrow, and that's it.
Thanks,
Not
Jerry.
much else to say.
Victor or Dan, you guys have anything you want to input?
I'm okay with that. Thank you. Thank you for, I think, a sound analysis, a practical one.
Right. But what I will tell you guys is that even though right now I cannot run, let's say, an organized program where we can register kids and everything, I will make sure that the park is as beautiful and the beach is as beautiful and our grass and green, as nice as we can make it so that parents and kids can enjoy it on their own, So that's what we could do for them in the meantime while we can't run an organized program. Just do our best to make our parks top notch.
Jason, how are you doing with lifeguards?
Better, Mayor. So I was talking to Jerry about it today. I'm pretty confident that we'll be swimming by Friday. We'll be getting our water open by this weekend. I'm pretty confident about it. My staff is pretty confident about it. We're just waiting on trying to get some certain life-saving equipment that would be new, a new addition to what we previously used because of the no contact stuff.
Yep.
So we'll get that. I have at least 6 lifeguards that are on board right now, which is great. I have some that aren't, which is fine as well. But the 6, we're going to start, whether it be modified hours or we're going to do our best to get the water open every day for a certain period of time, and even longer on the weekends.
And even you get the playground open for the little kids.
I guess we can't open the spray ground, right? That's not going to be allowed.
Jerry told me it's like a playground, but I think he could describe it. Yeah.
It's like a playground, and our playgrounds are fenced off.
Hmm.
We're gonna have to fence off the spray ground. There's nothing we can
Yeah.
do about it.
But we'll be swimming. So I think that will be good for our residents to have some relief in the heat, that at least we'll provide a safe place for them to swim this
We
summer.
do have portable bathrooms there at the park. And Sunday I was there at 5:50 in the morning, and the cleaning service was cleaning it early in the morning that day for whatever crowd we were going to get on Sunday. And then they come in. They come in later on in the during the course
2
of the
o'clock,
day to clean them again.
Between 2
Yeah.
and 3, yeah.
Is it possible to get outside the porta potties to get a hand sanitizing station?
Yeah, Jerry sent me a text over the weekend, so Donna is getting quotes for me on how much additional that will cost to get us those stations.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so we're looking into it because I've asked a few more than a few people have asked me if we had access to running water, and that makes me feel worse than saying no to the bathroom, that they can't wash their hands. So
Right.
we're working on it. Yeah.
Just if they could sanitize or something.
Well, I direct them to we have the NYS sanitizer gallon outside the double doors, and we have a sanitizing station on the beach. So I do direct them to use that, but I feel bad that I can't direct them to running water. So
We're going to try to rent a hand washing station, one of those portable hand washing stations. It just seems
Yes.
it's just the company that provides us the portable bathrooms also provides that.
They have foot pedals for the water. Those are great.
yeah, foot pedals. Yep. And then on the beach, I believe we'll have to we're working on something too, because when we open the water, the county wants us to have running water for them when they're swimming. So we're going to have to figure out a way, whether it be portable bathrooms, cleaning, sanitizing. We're working those details out now.
You have the showers? Jay, don't you have the showers down there?
Yeah, we have the showers, 4 in each women's and men's, and then 4 stalls and sink as well. But me and Jerry are working out like a hard plan where we can get it fogged and sanitized, part-time staff, and getting the equipment so that we can open them up safe.
I might be mistaken, but wasn't there a couple of outdoor showers?
We have 1, yes, which Jerry tells me we can open that outdoor shower.
We can or can't?
So we discussed it, but we haven't decided whether we're going to open that outdoor shower or not.
Okay. I'll leave that to you guys. I'm just throwing it there.
Yeah.
All right. It's a sad day.
Mhm.
I really wish that this didn't have to happen, but I think the most important thing is, if we cannot guarantee, we can't. And one of the things that has always been great about the Village of Marshall Camp is that it's very safe, very fun, and very well attended. But I guess we'll have to.
Yeah, we had about 260 kids that are registered now, so and 90+% are village residents. So yeah.
They love me.
But we will be back. We'll be better,
Hey,
better
Cliff,
than ever.
I think your monitor.
What, Kelly?
As we transition to the next subject, I'm having technical problems. I'm going to go off my phone and come back on my computer. So just heads up to Cliff.
Good.
Okay, no problem.
Thanks.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jason.
Jason, have a good night.
You too, guys. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Let's just go back to old business. 1A. So I'm going to do the on for regular meeting stuff. Amendments to procurement policy. I think the amendment basically says it's a do not exceed. And we looked up the village attorney, give us a letter about whose responsibility it is to enter into these contracts. And Bob, I don't want to talk for you. Could you tell us?
Sure. The provision of the general municipal law
Section 103 of the General Municipal Law that this policy is drawn from does not define who makes purchasing decisions. It refers in each instance to the officer making the decisions. As I said at the last meeting, my view of the village code, which says that all administrative and executive power is delegated to the village manager, means that the village manager is the purchasing officer for the village and makes the purchasing decisions, not the Board of Trustees. So the policy is all fine, except for the fact that in 3 instances, it refers to the Board of Trustees approving purchases. And I don't think that's consistent with the village code.
Okay, does anybody have a problem with that or questions about that?
Well, it's an interesting quandary because if the you have all the purchases and all the expenses are approved by the Board of Trustees through the order to the bills. How do you reconcile that? Suppose that in an odd situation, the board decided it wasn't going to pay something.
Well, presumably if the village has a legal obligation to pay it because the village manager who was authorized to purchased it, the Board of Trustees would not refuse to pay it.
Yeah, it's called an order to bills, not an approval of bills, right?
Well, I mean, it's an approval in the sense that they don't get paid without the board passing on them. But once the village has a legal obligation, I mean, the board can choose between satisfying its legal obligations and not, I guess. But presumably the board would not choose to willfully default on an obligation that had been lawfully incurred.
So can we first, before we continue the legal discussions or policy, because this is both sides to it. Probably the policy is more, it's more relevant. But before we go there, what are the changes that because I have several copies here. What are the text amendments that staff and the attorney are suggesting that we consider now, so that and why move them to regular session tonight? So let's identify clearly the changes that are being proposed.
Do you want to answer this question?
You got it, Dan.
Okay. So as far as the changes to the policy, there were several proposed amendments. Just to go through it in section 4, we clarified it's estimated of public works. We deleted the word service, but we also added the use of a standard form for soliciting quotes. Then in 9.
Excuse me, Dan, excuse me for interrupting. What document are we working from? That's what I mean.
The second draft, dated April 28th.
Yeah, April 28th.
It says first draft 4/8, and then it says second draft 4/28.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he has a red line.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm with you now. Now I'm following.
Oh, no, thank you. Section 9A, we added the professional service contract shall contain a not to exceed cost.
Sorry, then I'm sorry, since I'm back in the page, so go back to the first sections so I can, now I'm on the document, so now.
Okay, so 4A, which would be page 3, that's where we added the use of, on a standard form for soliciting quotes, which was a suggestion that came from the budget committee.
Okay.
And then 9A, which is page, lost my train here.
5.
That's page 5. That's adding that the professional services contract shall contain a not to exceed unless otherwise approved by the board. 9B, which said that emergency purchases are subject to the prior approval of the village manager or police chief. And that's where we left it off. When last we discussed this, that's when the board asked for some further research on establishing a threshold for professional services contract when they could be awarded by the manager or awarded by the board. And we were waiting for the research which came from Bob towards the end of last week. So we didn't update the policy with that information yet because we were waiting on the memo and to review that with the board.
So if I could, I have a question for Bob. I don't have any problem with these proposed changes to the procurement policy at all. My question for Bob is the one in section 9A, which was on page 5, the provision, all village professional services contracts shall contain a not to exceed total unless otherwise approved by the Board of Trustees. Does that requirement of Board of Trustees approval run afoul of what you researched for us? And is there some way we could remedy it?
I think the answer to that is no. And
Okay.
it's because the reason is this. That provision does not require the Board of Trustees to approve a contract.
Okay.
The village manager is still awarding that contract. The Board of Trustees can set a policy that all contracts will, satisfy the following parameters.
Right.
Okay, I mean, there's a level of specificity you couldn't reach. I don't think you could say, all contracts for purchasing supplies must be with the Acme company. I think that would probably violate the manager's authority. But I think you can say that all contracts, like you're doing, I mean, all contracts above a certain amount have to be approved in a certain way, have to have 3 bids or 2, or 2 proposals or so forth. That's all perfectly within your purview as the Board of Trustees to set the parameters within which the village manager can act.
I think we could get where we wanted to go if we just, on 9A, all village professional services contracts shall contain a not to exceed total, period. And then just leave out unless otherwise approved by the Board of Trustees. I mean, I think that gets a,
You could leave it, just to be clear, Mayor, I'm saying you could leave it the way it is without running afoul of the village manager's purchasing authority, in my view. I think there are 3 changes you have to make that follow from what I said. One is at the top of the second page, where it talks about vehicle purchases requiring the approval of the Board of Trustees. Then in the table, when you get to the estimated amount of purchase contract, that says,
Bob, can we go slowly here, please?
sure,
Please, go slowly.
top of the second page, it says, note, all vehicle purchases require approval by the Board of Trustees.
Okay,
Again, I don't think that's the Board of Trustees
okay.
goal. Second, when you get down to the bottom of that page where it says estimated amount of purchase contract, and it says 20,000 and above, and it adds the sentence, contract must be approved by the mayor and Board of Trustees. Again, I think that approval authority is not consistent with the code. And then similarly on the next page, where it talks about public works contracts in excess of $35,000 being approved by the Board of Trustees. Then I just have one typo on item 3A, where it says, or as may be further amended. I think it's may be rather than maybe.
maybe, yeah, okay.
Let me just jump on here because this will change 50 years of practice here, right? And if that's what the attorney is telling us, there's 2 ways we can go. One is we just make these changes, or 2, we go back to try to get to the status quo, or to the understanding that this board has had. I don't know if the last 50 years, but I think 50 years is when the village management form of government was adopted, 1917, right?
I'm told, by the way, Victor, just to be clear, I'm told, by the way, that according to the memo that was prepared by the Department of State and earlier, like in 2016, that the village management form of government may go back before that. I don't have enough history about it to tell you for sure.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, we really don't have to go that far, since my question is, that since I've been on the board, this has been the format, and actually this is very consistent around the state. The town of Mamaroneck has it, so it's very I know there, and I of course, I want to anticipate that it's a different form.
That's right.
And of course, the village of Larchmont is different form. Nonetheless, some could think that the requirement that municipalities have bids, this formal procurement as a required form for those large contracts, and that those be approved by the higher boards is something that probably is encouraged by state law. So we're in a way, we either just say we're different, or we in a way try to align with that policy, which is that at those levels you do approve. And by the way, I should clarify, no issue with our manager. He brings everything to us. It is not, there's no power struggle or anything. I just think that we just need to, we just can't just say he has the purchase power and that's it. Then the Board of Trustees has essentially a minimal role in the procurement policy, and that's why I think the other way is to just change the code so that we could maintain what has been maintained here, which is certain contracts beyond 20 or 35 come to us. I think that's the other option, and I think my colleagues could figure, to consider that. But my more important comment, I think, is the following. Have you, in your memo, did you look at section 104.2, which is the one? Because I think that is really the one that troubles me more.
104.
Because
Of what?
104,
General municipal law?
yeah, 104 of General Municipal Law is the section that tells that the governing boards, all of the boards, that they have to have policies in place for anything that's not mandatory, which are those procurement requirements to have bids for large contracts. That is the section that is always used to teach you, to train you to do the best procurement policy that you can come up with, and that then addresses services, contracts, etc. And if you look at the language, it says that's how it starts. Every governing board should do this, and it tells you for areas not this ones that are required for you to have bids, you can come up and tailor your policy. So that section 104 also seems to be at odds with our absolute delegation of purchase power.
Okay, so
that needs to be taken into account. You see, section 104 is really
I'm looking
kind of that is the essence of all procurement.
Yeah, I'm looking
policies.
at section 104B
Yep.
right now. And I'm looking at it quickly. It says the governing board shall adopt internal policies and procedures governing all procurements of goods and services which are not required to be made pursuant to competitive bidding requirements. I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't have a policy, nor am I suggesting that the village manager shouldn't be bound by whatever policy you establish. I think that's absolutely right. The question, the issue I raised is simply who has the actual authority to purchase, not who has the authority to set the policy for purchasing. And I just want to, I think, correct a couple things that you said, or disagree with a couple things that you said. I don't think that the state of New York has a policy that village boards of trustees have to be the purchasers. State of New York policy.
Sorry, I've never said that.
Okay, I thought that's what you said.
No, I didn't say that.
Right.
I don't want to get there. I don't want to have that part.
Yeah. State law
I don't want to have that
allows-
power. Of course not.
Right. State law
Get
allows
there.
for the village manager form of government. State law, General Municipal Law 103, which is where we started with this, doesn't say the Board of Trustees has to do anything. It talks in terms of, and let me, it talks in terms of the officer letting the contract. It does not specifically refer to the Board of Trustees at all. I think that is within your authority. If the board feels that as a policy that it should change the current provisions of the village code, it can do that. The only question I would have, and I don't know the answer to this, is whether the village manager form of government was initially adopted with a public referendum. Usually it is, but I don't know. If it was, under what's called the equal dignities rule, you would have to have a public referendum before changing it. But the factual predicate for that would be that it was adopted that way, and I don't know the answer to that. We'd have to research that. If you want to change the policy, we'd have to research how you could do it.
How about this proposal? I think that the board is in agreement that these proposed changes to the procurement policy are a good idea. I don't know why we couldn't adopt these changes. Changing the law will require a lot more work and a lot more time. We could have these changes in place, the standard form, which I think is terrific. I just think there's a lot more accountability and control in these changes to the procurement policy. So I would suggest we adopt them, as Bob suggested we make the changes. But then if to look into changing the law, that's just a separate issue. But the changes to the procurement policy would be in place. That'd be my suggestion.
I think there are two pieces here before I pass it back. I think I actually really, and I'm going to respect Bob, but I differ with him, and I'll just put it out there, which is as follows. 103 says, it shall be awarded by the appropriate officer, board, or agency of a political subdivision. He says that transfers it absolute. I read section 103 in conjunction with 104, which tells you that you can do what we're doing, which is above 20,000 or 30,000, the board can approve it. So I differ that, and we can differ because that's what we're here for, right? I think you have to read them in conjunction, the two. And actually, because this section is just about purchasing things, it's not about the structure of government. And we also, at Board of Trustees, have certain very important roles, which is, in fact, this one. This is about procurement being essential as a complementary part of the financing. So I differ with that, but I won't go along with this. But I do respect if the other colleagues want to move forward. I would suggest that you round this with all the other comments that have been proposed, and then just pass it once and not rush this, and then have to redo this a couple times.
So what are you suggesting? I'm not clear.
I think there are, in addition to the issues we've been discussing, the backup has a lot of other comments that I have not. I don't know. I think they come from the. I think it's probably the advisory budget committee. I don't know, but there's a lot of other comments here. I don't know how they fit in or who put them in. I think they come from the.
But this whole thing started with the not to exceed, right? Wasn't that the genesis behind all this?
Yes.
We had those comments before. Why wouldn't we just do the not to exceed now? I mean, I think what happens a lot of times with us, not just us, I mean in the village of Mamaroneck, not this board in particular, and the boards I've been on in the past, is that because we have the village manager form of government, you can read the law different ways, and you read some village law, and it seems like a mayor has a power or a board of trustees have a power, but then it gets kind of usurped by the village manager because we have the village manager, and then there's always this, kind of like conflict back and forth. And it's not that it's a conflict, but this, contradiction between the two. And sometimes, it's hard to see what's clear, like where one group's power ends and one manager's power begins. But if my recollection is correct, this was all about what we're doing tonight and how it got on the agenda was about not to exceed. So if we can do the not to exceed, I mean, what are we looking to do? I mean, I thought that's what the goal of this was. Am I wrong? Or am I missing something?
Well, because with Bob's opinion, then it changes everything. So it requires like 5 or 6 changes more. He read them now.
Yeah, they're not major changes.
No, I
There are
think
major changes, Mayor, because they changed my entire understanding of how the village has been working since I don't know how long, maybe 10 or 20, at least 10 years since I've been paying attention. So I respect his opinion, but I just I don't understand why we were running, and I still don't clearly understand why then we've been doing things afoul of our code, how our code was inconsistent with our procurement policy for years. And my understanding also was that every contract was coming to the board. And what I'm saying is just a basic reading, and also this is the training that we've received as trustees. I've double checked my understanding with the training I've received at NICOM. So I just have to do my job, which I think there's two ways to interpret this. One is the one Bob is saying, and the other is to reconcile all this the way we've been doing things before. So it is a very significant change. If you want to move along with it, then just move along with it. I just can't. For me, it's hard to digest without a full reconciliation. And I think Bob's memo, I understand it now, but he just reconciled two provisions, and that was the end of the debate. And now he has explained it further, but I still think this is a real shift. This is a very, very important change. So I'm not ready for it. If you all think you're ready, move forward. I will not just stop you, of course.
Well, we're all trying to do our job. We might just disagree, but it doesn't mean that the others aren't trying to do their job. So, what do the rest of you want to do?
Well, let me, this is Dan. Let me raise a couple of things. One is on the form, there is a point system, but there's no explanation of how you award the points. And part of that, I think, is because the budget committee, while they completed their stuff, they didn't finalize it. And that's part of that's in the backup, and it's sort of hodgepodge. And I think it would be nicer to have a cleaner final recommendation from them as part of the backup and part of the policy. So I would like, I personally would like to get that done because I think it's meaningful. And I think if you're going to have a form that you're attaching, is it, that has a point system, then you need to quantify how the point system works.
Well, I would rather have staff work on that than the budget committee, to tell you the truth, because the budget committee isn't going to be meeting for God knows how long. And it's the staff that's going to have to implement it at the end of the day.
Well, the budget committee can meet. It has met
The committee
in the last month.
No,
and it can meet if we want to allow it.
Because they said it was going to be, they said it was an emergency. Because the budget was, so that's how the budget committee met. The order now that's in place does not allow them to meet.
No, or any other committee, but at some point that has to be revisited. I mean, we're going to have to figure out how the tree committee and the rec committee can keep on meeting, and the budget committees and the traffic commission. Those are all. I mean, we can't wait till September to have them meet. So we're going to have to figure out some kind of a system.
I think the way to get around that is to fall back on the NICOM requirements that advisory committees do not need to follow the open meetings law. Our village law requires that. But if we were to change the village law to allow advisory committees not to have to follow the state open meetings law, but instead follow our own rules, which could be, post your minutes, post the meeting in advance, do things, but not be tied to the open meetings law, I think we could get around a lot of this. And that's something we could revisit, but for now, it sounds like this procurement policy, it just isn't going forward right now, is what I'm hearing. But
I don't get it's fine with me. I would do it, but there's not three who want to do it, so whatever.
I think we need to. I mean, I think Bob and Victor both have differences of opinion. I think we need to figure out how to resolve those.
Well, you know, I take, listen, and I respect Victor, but Bob is the village attorney, Victor isn't.
I understand, but I understand that, but
I agree with that. I agree with that.
So
Go ahead.
just because Victor, don't take this person, you know something personally, but just because Victor or Tom Murphy or anybody else has a difference of opinion with the village manager, doesn't mean that we have to resolve that. Sometimes.
well, okay, so maybe what I should have said was, this is not consistent with the training that I've received at NICOM. So I need to resolve that in my mind, which is right. I've gotten training from, the NICOM lawyers about this, and Bob says something different. I need to figure this out. I'm not ready to make a switch until I understand this process, until I understand the particulars more thoroughly.
Well, why don't we just, why don't we take it off the agenda, and when everybody gets some clarity, we'll put it back on the agenda again. This way we're not, let me know when you're ready.
Well, I guess the question is, do we want to ask the budget committee to complete their stuff or not? I would like to ask them to finish it. I think it's helpful. They've been working very hard with Jerry. It's a matter of, they actually have it done, but they have met to be able to formally approve it.
Well, why don't we ask them to send what they have? They have something in the back. Why don't we ask Jerry and Augie to look at it and see what they come up with? This is why you have staff. I mean, I respect the work that the volunteers committees do, but at the end of the day, the people that are going to have to implement it and the people that are going to have to live with it should have a say in it.
I think that has already been done.
If it's been done, then we have it, and let the staff give us the form that they want to do.
Okay.
We can respectfully disagree.
All right, move on to the next for the regular meeting. Sport time is on for a regular meeting. Let's go on. Bob, you want to talk about sport time a minute?
Yeah, we've negotiated an agreement. Jerry and I have negotiated an agreement with Sport Time for 2 more years. It's a new agreement in order that we don't get caught up in questions involving interpretation of all those old agreements. But in terms of the substance that continues to apply, meaning what they're going to do, what they're going to charge, that sort of thing, it's substantially the same as the old agreement. It does have a new provision essentially prompted by the COVID-19 situation, which doesn't affect their minimum annual payments this year, meaning between now and August 31st when the current agreement expires, but for the next 2 years would allow them to defer their payments if they're closed because of the COVID-19 situation. And if they're closed for 4 months, as a result of that, would allow 4 straight months, would allow them to get out of the contract. It also allows them and requires them to make the changes to the facility in terms of lights and other fixing up the interior bathrooms and things like that, that they want to do, and requires that they put in, I believe it's $125,000 worth of improvements to the place, or if they don't spend $125,000, pay the difference to the village. Mm-hmm. The village will keep the bubble at the end of the term, and will keep the rest of the facility except what they put in pursuant to this agreement. We've also gotten them to increase their minimum annual payment to the village from the $75,000 they had been paying to $150,000 a year. And having said that, that sounds good, but it's not as big as a deal as it sounds, because their payments have been in excess of $150,000 each year. So it will probably not result in more money to the village.
But we went from 10% to 12%.
And we went from 10% to 12%. That's correct. Their revenues, their annual fee to the village will be under the new agreement, 12% of their gross revenues, rather than the 10% that it has been for the past 17 or 18 years. Mm-hmm. It's a 2-year agreement. The board's thinking, as I believe, was that in that 2-year period, the board will figure out what the situation going forward will be with tennis and other recreational facilities in Harbor Island Park.
I'm confused about the $150,000 in improvements that they will do, and then what they take with them. What is there any of that $150,000 of improvements that they would take with them?
Yes, if they install things now, like the big thing they've talked about is new lights. They install those new lights, they can take them with them at the end of the term.
So it's really not $150,000 of improvements because it goes with them.
Right, but it's in the sense that for the next 2 years, it will improve play, presumably. It's valuable, right.
But it's not really a net, it's not, the village doesn't actually accrue the benefit unless Sport Time is the ultimate.
That's correct.
Vendor that we choose.
Unless you leave the bubbles the way they are and Sport Time continues after the 2-year period, right.
Just as a correction, it's 125,000.
Right. That's right.
Not 150.
Well, I hope we can get this wrapped up. We've been talking about it for weeks, and with finances being what they are, I think we should take what we can get when someone wants to pay us money in the village of Mamaroneck. So I hope we can get this wrapped up. And I know that the tennis players are hoping to have some security in their courts. So I'd appreciate if we could get it done.
I do have a question related to this. Jerry, is the RFP in a position to go forward?
Yes. Anytime we need an RFP, we have one.
Good.
But the whole premise of giving the 2 years was to go to an RFP and start the process and figure that, see what the other vendors are willing to offer.
So we have an RFP, Dan, for the operation of the facility as is right now. That's written and ready to go. All I have to do is change the dates on it. As far as the other items that are associated with the facility, if you're thinking of the renovation or the rebuilding of it, I don't have an RFP for that. Just the operation of it.
Or even if we decide we want to have a different kind of sport.
I have to create that.
Right.
But okay, so there's a business decision of whether or not to change what we have or keep what we have. If the decision is to keep what we have an RFP that can go forward with maybe a minor massaging.
Yep.
Do this, because otherwise, if we don't go forward quickly, the 2 years elapses very quickly, and we're back to square one. And we've been doing that. I know Kelly was working very hard with the committee, but it's been almost a year.
Well,
the
the committee made its recommendations, and their recommendations were, hey, this isn't going to be something we can figure out in the next few months. It's going to take us a couple years to figure out long-term what to do with recreation at Harbor Island or tennis elsewhere in the village. It's just a bigger problem than they could solve. In the meantime, they were asking the village to continue tennis operations in the village, and we decided that we wanted to do that while we take this 2-year time period to figure out long-term what we want to do with tennis and other recreation.
Well, I think what we have to do is once committees can meet again, to have that tennis committee and maybe expand it to a broader population in the village, figure out what the combination of sports should be before we issue an RFP. And we need to do that quickly because we don't want to be a year from now not knowing what the plan is for the following year.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is everybody fine with this going on a regular agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Under new business, I'm doing regular agenda stuff. Under new business 2B, Big Brothers and Big Sisters clothing donation receptacle on Library Lane lot. So we're giving them a spot on Library Lane lot, and it is so that folks who have lightly used clothing can donate them to Big Brother and Big Sister.
That's correct.
I guess my question is, do we need to take a parking space out for this?
Um,
I mean, isn't there a way of doing it without diminishing parking?
There may not be, because of it's not the roomiest lot, as you know.
No, but I'm thinking across the street between the street and the parking lot, there is a buffer area. Why couldn't we put it there?
I'll
It's
look at,
actually it's actually more visible and easier to get to.
all right, I'll look at that.
It just seems to me that what we should not be doing is taking away parking if we can avoid it.
I understand.
You know, I have nothing against, you know, I think the Big Brothers Big Sisters is a great program. I'd love to have the box here. I think it's meaningful, but you know, we should find a place somewhere where it works, where we're not, you know, taking away that we already have a parking problem, and why it's only one space, we do it, you know, it just seems silly. That's all.
So between the street and the parking, the paved parking area.
Yeah, it just seems to be that, you know, it's easier for people to pull up, you know, get out, you know, drop stuff off and then, you know, go off.
Right.
Opposed to pulling to that lot, which is difficult to maneuver under the best of circumstances.
I know.
Are you saying like along Johnson Street? Like
Yeah.
between,
Johnson Street and the other parking lot right next to it.
But it was going in that parking lot, right? Wasn't that the parking lot it was going in?
well, Dan's suggesting to put it on the grassy median so you could get to it from Johnson Street. Is that right?
I'm just confused. It wasn't going under the library.
No,
No,
It was
the
going
one across.
across the street.
Yeah,
Okay, then I'm suggesting that maybe we can put it in the grassy area and that would solve, you know, put the grassy area next to the sidewalk to solve some
I
problems.
think that would, I have to say, I think that would be an eyesore. You know, those things, they get rusty, they don't look good.
And I think when you look at their form, they have a form that's 4 parking spots, right? The form that they give. I wonder if what the idea is that people drive up and, you know, in a safe place in a parking lot, because I've never seen them outside of a parking lot. Now that I'm thinking about it. When you think about them, you only, you know, not just Big Brother, Big Sister, but all of these, you know, donate your clothing stuff. They're always in a parking lot. So I'm betting there's a reason for that.
Well, you know what I was going to mention is that the Committee for the Environment, and Dan, you might be able to help me or someone else, used to have one of these boxes for textiles in the Toy Box parking lot. And the owner of Toy Box was very gracious in letting them put it there. I know it has moved since then. I don't know, but my understanding was that it wasn't getting much use. Did Big Brother, Big Sisters approach, you know, private lot owners first?
I have no idea.
We have, so that there are 2 in the village that were inspired by the Committee for the Environment. One is at the recycling center at Fayette, and the other is at the bottom, just below the Regatta, in the parking lot opposite where Honda Bob's was.
Yeah.
Right. But I know
but that's for textiles. That's really not for clothes that are going to be reused clothing. It's really for stuff that isn't usable anymore, that would just be thrown away.
I just think the one at the recycling center used to be in the Toy Box parking lot.
It might have been, yeah.
I did speak to Big Brothers Big Sisters about locations. You know, there are very few, you know, large parking lots that are not under municipal control. I'm sure I said that right. Right, you have the CVS on East Boston Post Road. Aside from that, I mean, there aren't many large parking lots. They did look at that. I think they have a much stronger relationship with municipalities than private interests, and that's why they approached us. And I did speak with Miss Austin from Big Brothers Big Sisters. We looked at all of the off-street lots in the village, and the Library Lane lot seemed to be the most appropriate, given that it wasn't a commuter lot, it wasn't in the floodplain, It was more maneuverable than some of the other off-street lots that we own.
I mean,
Easily accessible. So.
Just here, can we approve this tonight at the Library Lane lot, but ask them, have they ever had one not on a parking lot, and see what their reaction is? So this way we get the benefit of giving people a charitable gift, but we could also look to see.
I think if you look at their literature, they tout these things as places that get traffic to your business. So I'm not sure that the Library Lane lot is a lane that a lot of shoppers use. But I mean, there's one, the Trader Joe's parking lot has one.
Right, right.
It used to be one of the Stop and Shop
Walgreens.
parking lots. They want it to be just where people are, where they say it's going to get people to come to the business. In reality, people who shop there all the time see it, and it's an easy place to donate. I don't see this as a particularly beneficial spot because for the most part, it's permit parking. And then during the day, there's a bit of parking there that's turned over, but it's not really a very active parking lot. There's not a lot of turnover there. So it doesn't seem to me that would be a great place for it. But
Oh, wait, I got an idea. We're making that St. Vito's lot, right? Next to St. Vito's, it wasn't officially a lot, but it's village parking and everybody's parking there.
Yeah, the end of Old White Plains Road.
Yeah. Are we making a lot there?
Yes, I want to continue to make a lot there, sure.
I mean, this might be a good place for it.
Mhm.
Because we're already, it wouldn't diminish parking in an area because there's no real parking there now. Just throwing it out there.
I think it's a great idea to take a look at.
I do too.
Fine, yep.
Why don't we do this?
Yeah.
We'll
I
pull
think what we should do is ask staff to go back and talk to them and look and explore the different ideas that have been discussed today.
Yeah, we'd show them Library Lane. Library Lane, I'm sorry. Show them St. Vito's. And it actually might be a better area because it might be easier to distribute clothing there.
well,
They're
well,
not,
they're
don't
collecting
distribute.
clothing. This isn't distribute.
Right.
But I mean, it needs to be a high traffic area where people who want to donate can donate. Right now, none of those places are taking things. So it's not urgent. You can't donate clothing now.
It is a high traffic area with the theater and the library when they open up again. It's right in the middle of town.
But do people really park in that lot to go to the library? I don't think so. I mean, the Hunter lot,
I mean,
I don't think people park there to go to the library.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so I think that's my sense. It's not that high traffic. And so if it's tucked into the,
Well, you have the St. Vito's lot, you have the French American School there, you have the people from the parish. You actually have a lot of traffic there.
that has much more, I think that has much more traffic. I think that might be a better receptacle.
They did ask about the Hunter lot. The problem is that they take a truck up to collect everything, and the upper level of that lot is not weight rated for trucks.
Oh, I'm not saying the Hunter lot is like,
Oh.
it would be like a
Okay.
safe or logical. I just think it is the logical place. It's
Yeah.
the place where if you have one of those bins, there's high traffic and people donate. I don't think people drive to bins. I think they see them in the course of their travels and they remember they're there and they put them in the car for when they're doing that errand nearby.
You're right.
Yeah, so it might be good for the French American people and for the parishioners at St. Vito's.
Do they provide the village with insurance if it's on the village property?
I don't think we asked them for that. I got to look back at the communication, but I don't think so.
Okay. 'Cause
They have, I'm sure they have insurance and we could ask them for it.
I know that we've, people like, Airborne and FedEx, et cetera, which do not put their things in parking lots. They actually put them, on corners or elsewhere.
Right away. Yes, right.
And they're all now required to provide insurance. And I think it, it's a bin that has an opening, et cetera. Somebody can get hurt, I just think it's something that we should be protecting ourselves on, that's all. Not suggesting charging anything, but I just think that we should, be indemnified, that's all.
That makes sense.
We'll go back to them later this week.
Thank you.
We'll talk.
Thank you.
Sure.
Something else I get on the agenda. Waiving fees for boat slips used by government agencies, which is on for the regular meeting. So this would waive the fee for the Westchester County Department of Health, who has a boat that they keep in the harbor that they use to test all beach water and the waters in the communities around this. And the other is the Coast Guard Auxiliary.
Correct. And we would be, of course, we receive services from the Department of Health,
Right.
As well as services by the Coast Guard. So they would continue to provide those services as we would allow them to park their boat at that location. And this would just be for government entities, Mayor, not private entities or profits. It would just be for government entities.
And just, I'd like to point out that they've been parking their boats there for decades.
Yeah.
We're just formalizing.
Yeah.
We're making a policy, a formal policy for something that's been ongoing for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's still there. He might have retired, but the man who used to do the testing for Westchester County Department of Health, the water quality testing, and ran that boat was a man named Gabe Skanga, who grew up in the village of Mamaroneck, and he used to swim at Harbor Island Park.
He grew up in the town of Mamaroneck, but
he swam in Harbor Island Park.
He swam in Harbor Island Park.
Nora, don't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Yeah. And his father taught me how to paint.
I'll
No,
just
another
say,
gentleman.
I
Sorry.
was going to just say, public safety, public health, and governmental purposes are the right way to frame it. So, I think that covers the right policy, and actually very important because people are swimming more and more in the harbor. It's amazing to see the amount of people that are now realizing the importance of the clean water. So hopefully those tests come out soon and our harbor is clean.
Yeah, I tell you, it looks better. The water looks clearer than I've ever seen it. I mean, I know that that's not always an indication of E. coli, but it looks beautiful.
It's nice to look at.
Okay, so we're going to put that on for regular meeting.
Yes.
All right, let's go back to old business. Dogs in parks. Nora, are we ready for that? Or are we going to wait?
I don't know. We're in the same situation. Do we want to try and do a test in Columbus Park? And if so, we have to amend the law to reflect that it would be a test for a period of time.
Personally,
and I think it's really, Jerry, it's up to Jerry, I think, because it has to do with being able to have the bandwidth to enforce the law. This was all pre-COVID when there were going to be some extra people who are going to be sort of code enforcers on the weekend. So I think this is really Jerry's call right now.
I can tell you this. I was walking in Harbor Island Park by the West Basin, by Rushmore Road, by the Nature Center, and I was walking back toward Post Road. And it was just around when the sun was going down. And a man had a dog off the leash, and the dog ran at me and, barked very aggressively and wouldn't back down. And the man was very, very slow to come and get his dog to back away and to put the dog on a leash. And we had words about him not having a dog on a leash. So I want to put that out there. I mean, people are.
Yes, people are.
And dogs aren't always well behaved. I mean, I was just walking and this dog.
But it's not. But it's not.
Let me finish. And this dog acted very, very aggressively. And if I was a little kid, it might have been a different story.
But they were in a spot where they to be, and they were off a leash. So that I think part of the point is it's hard to enforce it now, and there are no dogs allowed. So having dogs allowed sometimes may make it even harder to enforce, given we're a little bit short-staffed right now.
So we're gonna hold on to that then.
Well, I mean, what does Jerry think? Because he's
So for, for the last 2 weeks, we've been focused on trying to get the summer going, and the directive from the counties and from the governor, the beaches are open and all of that stuff. So right now it's difficult for me to say that we're going to be able to monitor and do a good job with a pilot program, with the test period. I don't think we're going to be able to do that. If we can push that off until the fall, when we're finished with the summer and we're finished with trying to manage with the staff that's still available, the beach and the park, and keeping, like Jason said earlier, keeping the park clean and looking nice for the public. I think if we try it later on in September, we'll probably do a better job of monitoring and providing whatever data we can. As of June 1, I can designate certain individuals with appearance ticket responsibilities. That's in our budget. So we had that provision in our budget. But I don't know if we're going to be able to. If you asked me to start the pilot program June 1, it probably wouldn't be a good period of time, 2-3 months. We wouldn't be able to give you the data that we have. We just don't have the time to do it while we're trying to deal with everyday changes based on the COVID situation.
So if we wanted to think about starting the pilot program September 1st, we should probably think about this version of the law for that to be available for adoption maybe in August.
Mm-hmm. And designate a period of time, a pilot, period, 2 months, 3, whatever you want to.
Do we want to adopt a law under these conditions?
Well, I don't think I'm not sure we should be having public hearings on any significant issue, but there's no reason why we can't work on the law, and for adoption sometime over the summer, should we be able to meet in larger groups.
Yeah,
I don't we were take it off the agenda, or we move forward with the other plan.
I thought we were keeping the dog law and the tree law on the work session agenda so that we could, get them ready for public hearings when we're able to hold public hearings.
So
is the dog law currently ready for public hearing?
No, it's not. I don't think it's ready for public hearing. The recommendation was to have a pilot program in Harbor Island, in 3 parks: Harbor Island Park, Columbus Park, and Florence Park. There was significant pushback by the public to testing it in Florence Park. So maybe we want to test it in 2 parks, but this law doesn't reflect a pilot program. It's a law change.
Well, you have to change the law to do a pilot program. You can't just suspend the law. We'd have to do some amendment to do that.
Right. But I mean, but this law doesn't even discuss a pilot program. So we have to change it.
That's right. You're right.
And I guess it could be a law that is on the books for 3 months and then a possible renewal.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, but it's not in that form now.
I'm also concerned that we have different times for the different parks, and I'm not quite sure why we need to do that.
Yeah,
Why
it
should be standardized.
Well, I think the reason for, because Harbor Island Park is a bigger park and there are always dogs in it anyway, so the feeling was it could sustain a longer period of time with dogs, and the Columbus Park hours were simply to avoid, because it's a small park, to allow dog owners in the vicinity to walk their dogs early in the morning and late in the afternoon or early in the evening, but to make sure that during the day when it's busy with kids, there are no dogs in the park. And it was the size of the park.
That's right.
Why
would you have Florence Park and different?
Florence Park was also, I think, the 2 hours in the morning and the 2 hours in the evening was to allow people to walk their dogs.
The hours are the same, different hours for them. So.
But I would say that Florence Park was, I guess Florence Park was, there was more opposition than support from the neighborhoods in Florence Park. So I think if we maybe want to poll neighborhood associations too, which we would have time to do if we're going to adopt a law in August, or aim to adopt a law in August.
What would you, let's just, as long as we're on this, let's just tease this out. What would you want you would want a whole separate law that just allows for that for a 3-month period? Is that correct, Nora?
I mean, that's I'm going after what Bob said, that we can't do a pilot program without changing the law to allow dogs in these parks. So maybe we adopt a law that has a specific time period.
That's what I'm saying.
And then it reverts back. I think that's what we have to do. And maybe we have a time period of 4 months and we reevaluate so that we could either suspend the law or renew the law.
We can have a sunset on.
It just has a sunset provision for 4 months out. And when that sunset provision comes up, we can.
Just like we did with extending the moratorium law.
Yeah.
But we have to decide what the hours and parks are.
Good.
Did people come out in support of Columbus Park? Is that?
Yes, people. Well, so there were basically dog owners in the vicinity of Columbus Park wanted to bring their dogs to Columbus Park. Several of them were at some of the rec meetings, and they were happy with morning and afternoon. They weren't looking for the whole thing. I think the rec department and the rec and parks board felt that in talking to the members of the public that came, that Harbor Island Park could sustain more dogs. It was Florence Park that was the issue because there were certain people who really wanted dogs in Florence Park, but we got a lot of input even from dog owners in the vicinity that do not want dogs in the park because they feel there are more dogs in the park than should be. It's not enforced at all. So they didn't want to, if with it not being legal, it's happening, and they didn't want more dogs in the park. So I think that's how it took out. But we haven't had a public hearing. We just discussed, we discussed putting this law on for a public hearing, and there was a lot of opposition before it even got to the stage where we scheduled it for a public hearing. So we went back to the drawing board, and that's when the Rec and Parks Board came up with the suggestion of having a test in 2 parks.
You know what I'm kind of concerned about is that in Columbus Park, especially, the moms and the children who frequent Columbus Park are not in the habit of coming to Board of Trustees meetings, or even knowing, how the mechanisms of kind of getting their voice across in this community work, as well as, the folks who live around Florence Park, or the folks who live maybe around Stanley Avenue Park. Because I know years ago I was involved in trying to get playground equipment in Stanley Avenue. So I think we have to do some outreach to the moms who bring children to that playground.
I think outreaching to the moms and dads would be great, and I think that the difference with Columbus Park was that it wasn't all day long. It was hours when there typically aren't kids there playing, whereas Florence Park was all day long. So I think there's definitely different. It's a different activism of the 2 neighborhoods, and different recreational needs in the park, and different hours. So, I mean, but it's going to be hard to outreach right now. So we maybe have to wait until July.
That's what I'm trying to get at, because, because in my mind, I can see, that play equipment gets really packed at Columbus Park. And there's guys a lot of times kicking a ball around in the grassy area. And that's a community that doesn't have a lot of recreation options.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what's going on in that community is now there's some gentrification going on. And, the gentrifiers might have more dogs than the people with young children who, use that park. So I think we got to be very careful about that park. And I think we got to get a lot of input because I don't want to be in a position where we make a major change to that park and not get the input for the people who really, really need it for their kids. I'm not against it per se, but I just want to make sure that happens.
I mean, maybe, and that's, I think, Tom, why it was limited to 7 to 9 a.m. Well, kids aren't there with their moms at 7 a.m.
It was 7 to 8 a.m. and 6 to 8 p.m.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the prime time for
Right.
families using the park. And there are neighbors who have dogs in that neighborhood have a place to walk their dogs. There's no, so that's, I mean, we're never going to make everybody happy. And this is a really hard time to test anything because playgrounds are closed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
On some level, this is a time to allow people to walk their dogs in the park. There's nobody else. People aren't using the play equipment. But
Well, it sounds like the law needs some more work and more discussion because it doesn't have this sunsetting provision in it. So
no. But I guess the question is, look at the law as it is, see what changes you would make, and we add a sunset provision. That might start September 1st till December 1st.
The question I've had every time this has been on the work session is in an earlier version, the hours started at 6 a.m. and at some point they were changed to start at 7 a.m. Why was that change made? Does anyone?
I don't know. I don't know.
There's a provision in the code that parks don't open until 7.
Until 7 a.m. Got it. Okay. Right.
So in order to have them open at 6, which we would have to change
Got it.
that provision of the code. Okay. Thank you, Christy.
Okay, with that. Tree law.
Okay.
Laura?
Well, so there's been a few conversations about the tree law today. I'm trying to, let me pull it up. Okay. So do we want to go through item by, I guess the question is, let's go through line by line and see what comments people have. Does that make sense? Because I think Christy, Jerry, and I are very familiar with it. And I don't know if anybody from the tree committee is even in the audience tonight.
I don't see anybody. Oh, you see anybody from the tree committee? I don't see anybody.
Just on TV.
Just us.
No. Okay. So, do you want us to go through and explain the various provisions, or I guess the goal tonight would be if we could get a clean enough copy to have on the work session in 2 weeks and maybe schedule a public hearing sometime in the future. So do we want to go through, page by page or comment by comment?
Well, how long do you think it'll take?
I think we could do it in 15 minutes.
All right.
Let's go for faster. I'll talk really, really fast.
I have no faith that we're going to do this in 15 minutes, but I said, all right. Okay.
Okay. So 318.1, there's a yellow. We all have a color version. I don't know. There was a typo. We're going to spell trees correctly if we're in a tree code. And then there was
When I'm looking at the agenda and I'm looking at it the same way you do, is it the first tree law V8?
Hold on. No, it's actually, no, that's a very good question, Tom. It is number 3. So it's additional comments and suggestions to version 18. And I'm actually working, I pulled a different PDF off, so I just have a 14-page document. So I'm in page 1 of the tree law, but it's paginated. So 318.1 purpose, we're going to correctly spell trees. And at the suggestion of ex-mayor Zabel, we're going to say, add trees are a community asset that contribute to the public good regardless of where they are. Many trees are on private property, but are essential to everyone in the village of Mamaroneck. Anybody else? Is that okay?
Let me just read that again. Give me a second.
Okay.
What version are you on, Nora?
It's it's the third document. It's the third document in, so it's called, at the bottom, it says draft law version 18 PLL 205/2020, but if you're looking at a paper document,
Yep.
it's the one that's it's the one that's it's marked up. I don't think the other two are marked up. It doesn't actually.
And the first page has some yellow and some like lilac and blue colors on it.
Yep.
I would just the second sentence of what Kathy suggested, I would say even trees that are on private property are essential to everyone in the village of Mamaroneck. I wouldn't say many, I would say even trees that are on private property.
Christy, do you have a Word document?
I have a Word document, but if I may, I did state a suggested edit, which just says trees are a community asset that contribute to the public good regardless of where they are, whether they are on private or public property.
I like that better.
Okay, so let's go. And can you keep the control copy, Christy?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll keep notes and we'll make sure we get it right tomorrow. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, I see. There's a little.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Okay.
EM1.
Okay.
I like that, Chris.
Good. Okay, then we go down, we to the bottom of page 3. And there's purple language that's in the proposed draft now, saying at the very end, under significant tree or shrubs, the village manager will maintain a list of significant trees available for public inspection in the village manager's office. And then we proposed today, the village has a partial tree inventory, which we plan to complete by the summer of 2022. Because we're not doing it this summer, we're doing it next summer.
2021.
2021, you think next summer?
By the end of next summer, we'll have it.
Okay, great, okay. So if we just added, the village has a partial tree inventory, which we plan to complete by the summer of 2021.
Yep.
Well, I wouldn't put that in the law, that whole statement. I would just say
Yeah.
the village manager will have it by December 31st, 2021.
Yep, that's
Okay. Okay. Okay, now we're on page 4. In substantially wooded lot, we're simply adding the language on average. So Christie's suggestion was not more than 4,000, a lot more than 4,000 square feet in area containing 8 or more trees. That's how it breaks down to
4,000 square feet.
So 4,000 square feet, if you think about which R5 would be 5,000 square feet. So it effectively gets every lot, it covers every lot in the village, effectively.
Except that if you have an acre lot and you have 8 trees, you're still a substantially wooded lot by that time.
Right. So I think we need to go with just adding on average. So it would say a lot more than 4,000 square feet in area containing on average, 1 on average tree for every 500 square feet in the area. It was just because the tree committee couldn't sort of figure out what the math was like, you know, that substantially wooded lot seems sort of subjective. So they wanted to have a breakdown.
So Jerry,
Did other codes have this definition?
Yes.
Yeah, many codes have this definition. Yeah. I don't think there's anything really innovative in this code. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
That's fair.
Okay, how about if you just spell out more of a formula? A lot that has more than 4,000 square feet and has, on average, more than one or more trees for every 500 square feet.
That's fine with me.
Right.
Then you just, start with a minimum.
Right.
And you build.
can you repeat that, Kelly? I apologize.
I don't know.
I can watch the video. Don't worry about it. I'll watch the
That's
video.
right. It's a lot of, at least 4,000 square feet with, on average, one or more tree for every 500 square feet.
Mhm.
Don't you want to say that it's a minimum?
Well, I'm saying that the lot size is a minimum of 4,000 square feet.
And then that makes it a heavily wooded lot. That's a substantially wooded lot.
Okay.
Okay, under tree, we're just, the word was definitely, and we intended definitively.
Yep.
Okay. Tree preservation plan. This is part of sort of a larger issue, but it needs to get tied into site plan approval, and then when the tree preservation plan is on file, so applicants need to adhere to that subsequently, like the people who buy the house adhere to it, but the trigger would be they apply for a permit, and the staff would know, because the file would indicate that they had to have a tree preservation plan. So we're adding here, these are mostly Greg's edits, we're adding here in conjunction with site plan and subdivision plat applications, showing contrary.
So that would mean that most single-family homes would be exempt for this because they don't require site plan approval.
Right, but so the tree preservation plan is only something that happens for larger scale development. So it's not something a private homeowner has to do.
Okay.
And it's just something that's going to get folded into the site plan process so that that trees are protected in a systematic way.
And does it last forever, or
So basically, I mean, there's probably 4 more references. It will it has to be complied with in order to get the certificate of occupancy. And then once you have the certificate of occupancy, there's going to be a threshold for, which is what Jerry and Beverly and I talked about today. There would be a threshold for somebody who wanted to take down trees in conforming with that plan. So that's a table that's going to have to get added. So, but it's not, it's down probably 2 more pages. Okay, so 318, this is page 5, 318.4, presented annually, just a typo. Others are just typos in 3. 5, the proposed language is to review and document violation conditions in the annual tree committee report. Tree committee was wanted to make clear that they don't actually issue a violation, but that to the extent there are violations of the tree law, they will be put in an annual report compiled by the tree committee and staff. Then in 8 on the same page, the law initially required the planning board to coordinate with the tree committee, but the planning board realized that might not allow them to meet their statutory requirements if the tree committee wasn't meeting. So that was conformed to a request, which is in 342-79. And then 10, Beverly sent today, and I think Sally was putting it as backup. They have a methodology for creating a tree list, and so that will be appended to the back of the law so that people know how the tree list is compiled. And on number 11, the tree committee will review and approve the village manager's request for a removal of a public tree.
But does that mean that the approval of the tree committee's approval is required to plant or to remove or to do what? It requires
Removal.
You're saying the village manager has to get the tree committee's approval to remove a tree.
Yes,
intent?
that's
Okay. I think it needs to be reworded a little, but I get it.
I don't, I just don't like the whole, I think that the village manager should be able to remove a tree without the permission of the tree committee.
There are provisions, Mayor, for an emergency removal when it threatens the health and safety.
Okay, so let's play this out. Say the village manager wants to remove a tree, and the tree committee says no. What's to stop him from removing the tree? You're gonna call a tree committee, please? Really, I mean, this doesn't make sense.
Well, it's actually, one of the requirements of being a tree city, that it's not, that it's not, the ultimate decisions about trees are not made by bureaucrats or staffs, but they're made by the volunteer tree committees. That's sort of that's the whole spirit of what a tree law is. So,
I don't think that has to do with, they can have the veto power over the village manager. I don't agree with that.
well, okay, so
They've been a tree committee for years, tree city for years without this.
that's true. I
don't like it. I don't understand.
what does everybody else feel?
I'm heartened that there is an exception for emergencies and dangers, but I'm imagining there are situations we haven't anticipated that might not qualify as an emergency or a danger, that I would hate, Jerry, to be bound to calling a tree committee with our notice requirements and everything else before you could take down a tree.
Well, okay.
Where's the exception? Where's the exception? Remind me.
Hold on. It's on page 11.
Yeah, it's the building inspector.
Mm-hmm. Most of those references were being changed to village manager, weren't they?
Okay, that was going to be my question. Should it read village manager there? Okay.
Yep.
That should read village manager there. Or it should read village manager or designee.
Right, that's what it's supposed to read. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, what page is that?
11.
Thank you.
Probably has to be broader scope for the manager to decide. Maybe
I have to say, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think you get any argument from the tree committee that, I don't think you get an argument from the tree committee. So Jerry, what do you think? I mean, I think the tree committee would be happy to not have this responsibility.
Leave the review provision in there so they feel that they're part of the process, because they will be part of the process.
Yeah.
And then remove the approval provision. That's it. Cleans it up.
Okay, so review the village manager's request. So just get rid of and approve.
I have to sell it.
Okay, that's fine.
I have to sell it to them and tell them why and show them why and provide the evidence and everything else associated with it.
So I wouldn't want Jerry to get fined by the tree committee.
Oh, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Okay, so we're getting rid of approve.
Okay, can I just ask something over on the tree? Long story short, I moved into the apartment, huge tree fell down, half of it in the middle of the night. Then the village took about 2 years to remove the rest of the tree. So there's no tree where there was a tree for 70 years. I walked in to donate a tree in the spot, and I never hear anything.
In the village?
Right outside my apartment.
Then you should ask the village manager.
So when we looked at this last year, there was some question of where the village of Mamaroneck ends and the town of Mamaroneck begins.
I can show you exactly where it is.
Right, so once we have that delineation, because that was a topic actually when the tree committee was creating the list, this list that we were working off of this last fall. Once we have that delineation and exactly where it is, then we can put a tree there. There's no issue. But it was that gray area where we didn't know if it was town or village.
Okay, if it's right outside the mayor's window, it's the village. Or else I'm legally the mayor here for a couple of years.
All right.
Believe me, people have checked on that one.
You sure the line doesn't go through the bedroom halfway, split the bedroom?
Yes, it's that diagonal line.
It's a diagonal line.
No, I'm firmly in the village. And I'd be happy to donate the tree.
Okay.
Okay. When we can plant again, that will be great. Soon, right?
Oh, gosh.
Okay,
I think you can plant now.
Today's the first day.
today? Okay, yay, okay, great, okay. So now we get to the next one, which is next page, similar topic. It's 318.5A1. No person, blah, blah, can remove a tree on public property without approval of both the village manager and the tree committee. So why don't we say without the approval of the village manager with input from the tree committee? That sound okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Further down on that page, there's blue and turquoise. It was a question. And everybody believed that it was clear enough. So the question was whether people understand that they can't remove trees on public property without permission. And it's all over the law, so people should be able to understand that. And 318-5A1 probably suffices. The one that we just edited.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the village manager may, 2, cause trees on public property to be removed upon approval of the tree committee. So that was an addition that was inserted with this whole Tree City law. Maybe we just take that out and go back to the original.
Or you could say, cause trees on public property to be removed with consultation with the tree.
Let's say after consultation with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, but go back during the course of do we want to have during the course of the improvement of a village street or other public ground? Or is it just in general? It might be that there's just a tree that needs to be removed and it has nothing to do with a sidewalk or street improvement program.
Right.
So I think that the deletion of the second line should stay.
Okay.
Okay.
Tree or other public.
Okay.
Yeah.
In this one about it's about planting trees that are not on the list. So today the suggested edit was the tree committee may not authorize the planting of trees that are not on the list of suggested street tree species. And then add this language: if there is a request, the tree committee reviews and decides whether species should be added to the list. So instead of having a one-off approval of a list of a tree that's not on the list, they make an evaluation and simply add it to the list.
Well, why do you need to say that? If they're making up the list, they can, and somebody says, I want to plant an ABC tree, they can just amend the list. I don't think you need a special provision to say that.
Okay, all right. They're open to adding, the point is they're open to adding trees to the list. And I think they wanted people to feel open to make suggestions. Okay, Article 4, A2. This is a series of places where the building inspector is being replaced with village manager or designee. And it probably should be either or designee or his or her designee.
The way I would usually put it is the village manager or the village manager's designate.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And so there's a lot of those that will be changed throughout.
Nora, where is that?
It is page 7, 318-7A2.
Thank you.
Okay, and then there's a few others. I am not sure why under B, 1 and 2 are there in bold. I think those are additions. Those are additions from the last iteration.
I'm
And
not
see,
sure why Beverly formatted it, looks, but I don't know.
There's a comment.
Oh, it's a comment. Yeah, sorry.
Comment TM13. It's the comment from Greg.
Yeah, it's a comment from Greg. So I just, when I highlighted it to make the comment, that's why it shows.
right. So he wanted to have an exemption and the tree committee said no waiver. So if it's an invasive tree, somebody still has to get the permission to take it down, because you could just say the tree was invasive and take it down. And there'd be no documentation. Okay. C. Again, keep it as village manager and designee. And there is an appeals process, and that's in 317-7-8. And the appeals process is going to be the tree committee with consultation from an arborist, as opposed to the board of trustees.
Where is that, Nora?
So it's the question was 318-7C. And then I think Christy put the comment in under B. But I don't see it there, actually.
No, I put the comment at the end of C. It says comment from J. Barbario. Tree committee can serve as appeals officers by way of certified arborists for situations under section 318-7B. We will need to make it clear that the homeowner is responsible for paying for the certified arborist. Jerry has the language. I think that was a note. That was a note to myself.
Okay.
But Jerry, we talked about it earlier today.
Because Jerry can't be the appeals person because he's making the determination, or the village manager is making the determination. So it has to be, the appeal has to go to the tree committee, and the tree committee was nervous about doing the appeal, so they wanted to make sure that there was a consulting arborist involved.
Yeah, the consulting arborist or certified arborist would be providing a recommendation that the tree committee would be reviewing as the appeals office.
But the tree committee remains the deciding, that has the power to decide.
For the appeal.
Right. Is that what you
It's
want?
either the tree committee or the board of trustees. And Tom doesn't want that.
I've been down that road.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
So it's the tree committee. Okay. And this next question was just, how is a complaint served? And the answer is the way any building department complaint would be served.
Correct.
So there are people who continue to want to have a tree preservation fund, but Jerry and the tree committee feel pretty strongly that that will simply allow people to buy themselves out of preserving trees. So I think we added that if you get a fine, if you're fined under this new law, the fine would go to planting trees. So that there would be a fund for planting trees, but it's as a result of a fine, not a way of buying yourself out of something. And then 318A2 is part of the appeal process. If the village manager says no to your request, then you hire an arborist and appeal it to the tree committee. And we made it clear that the cost of the cost is borne by the person appealing, not by the village. In terms of properties, when somebody, the tree permit will be filed in the building file, so that if for the future, so that if in 2 years or 3 years or 1 year, there's a different village manager or a different staff, there'll be a record that that there was a tree permit granted.
Nora, if we can go back a second, I just want to make a distinction that's a little bit confusing. But the appeals process where they appeal to the tree committee, that's because the village manager is making the determination that the tree has to come down. But the appeals process, I believe, under private property is people applying for a permit to remove a tree. And so that's actually Jerry that controls that appeals process. So it's
So, so
little,
even if he says no, he's still,
let me see. So we have an applicant who has been denied a tree removal permit may appeal to the building and village manager. So I think if we're making that village manager under the provision we were just discussing, well, it says, right now it says under 318-8B, removal of protected trees in accordance with a permit issued by the building inspector. If they're denied the permit, Jerry is the appeals officer. And so that's why there's a differentiation between that appeals process and the one prior to it. I think it's a little bit confusing, but we can work on the language.
okay. So what are you proposing?
Well, that's what I'm just letting you know, making you aware that there's two different appeals process. So if you want, we can try and working on it so that there's only one appeals process, and perhaps it's the tree committee that's the appeals process across the board.
Well, but okay.
We don't have to do that way. I'm fine with it, keeping it as is. I just wanted to differentiate between those two appeals processes.
Yeah, that is confusing.
Yeah, it took us a while to work through it.
Yeah. So the building inspector is issuing permits for
Issues the permits for removal of trees
on private property.
Exactly. And so that is, if someone's denied that permit, they can appeal to Jerry as the appeals officer. I believe the other situation was removal of a tree on public property that Jerry essentially says that has to come down. Is it public? Let me double check that it's public property. I'm sorry.
Changing building inspector to village manager or designee.
We're changing that under maintenance of trees on private property. We're changing building inspector to village manager.
Okay.
And that appeals process is for when Jerry essentially says that tree has to come down. Then the appeals officer is the tree committee. In the other situation, the person's applying for a permit to remove a tree in their yard. They're denied by the building inspector. Jerry is the appeals officer.
Okay. All right. Fine. Okay. That isn't really clear, though. I think that has to be.
Okay. I'll take a look and see if I can help clarify.
Okay. I think we're down to page 9, F1. There was a discussion that the fee should be higher, but I think the sense is to leave it at $25 because it's not about making money. It's just about getting people to come in and make the request. The tree removal permit here is that for the fee, that if the village manager can require a certified arborist if he or she finds that that's necessary for removal. But I think that that's addressed in the appeals process. I mean, I think by changing the appeal, we don't need that paragraph. And then we limited the time in the next paragraph. We took 60 days and cut it down to 21 so that it's a three-week approval. In terms of the caliper at the bottom of the page, F1A, with the help of Karen in Jerry's office, the tree committee researched a bunch of other codes, and the caliper sizes that they're recommending is fine. It's easier to plant a smaller tree. It's easier for that tree to thrive. And so there was one member of the public that Oh, maybe Beverly had a personal comment that the tree sizes were too small, but these are in line with what other communities are doing.
Yeah.
So the next issue might be a dicey one. It's page 10, and it's a bond. So that if somebody is removing, I believe, 3 or more trees, they need to place a bond to be sure the work is done properly.
So if there's trees on their property and they got a permit, they have to then come up with more money to give the village to ensure that it's done properly? To what end?
So that if it's not done properly, the village has the money to do it properly.
To go on their property
Right.
and do the work?
Yep.
Does anyone have any idea how much these bonds cost and how readily available they are?
I don't know the answer to that.
No, I mean, I think that's a rub that we have to get more information about.
Do other communities do this?
Well, so yeah, there are other communities that do it. So it's, let's say the trees cost $1,000 each. It would be 90% of the cost, which would be both the cost of the tree and the cost of the planting. But I don't know how much that bond would cost. I mean, it's not like you put that X amount of money in.
So, okay. So I come in, I want to take down 4 trees on my property. I get a permit, I get approved. Now, there's a wrong way to take down a tree that would require me to bond?
It's not.
Wait a minute. And then if someone says I did it wrong, then they take my money?
No, it's not the taking down, it's the replacement. If they plant the wrong trees or too small trees, and maybe instead of having a bond, maybe there's a fine for doing the work incorrectly. But it's somebody who gets a permit to take down 3 trees and agrees to plant 3 different kinds of trees of a certain caliber in a certain location, and then doesn't do it. Right. And maybe the solution is, if they haven't done what they said they would do, they get a fine. But this was a way of making sure it happened properly.
Yeah, but not everybody has ample resources. And taking a tree down is an expensive proposition.
Mm-hmm. It's not about taking the tree down. So it's about.
But it is taking the tree down. I mean, that's part of the cost of
no, it's the cost of planting and restoration work.
I understand that, Nora, but I'm looking at the total package. And this is inflating the cost of the total package. So let's just, taking trees down cost me $5,000, it cost me $2,000 to put new trees up. Now you want $3,000 in a bond. I got to come up with $10,000.
Then maybe we just do a fine, and they get a fine if they don't plant the trees they've agreed to plant.
And you can do that, but you don't get trees, you get a fine.
Right, and that's really what they want. That the disincentive. This was to incentivize people to, when they want to take down a tree, plant other trees.
And then further down in this paragraph, once the work is completed, the performance bond is released, and it has to be replaced with a maintenance bond. So you would get a second bond?
That's how it provides, yep. Yep.
Perpetuity?
It's 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. So
I just imagine pitchforks coming in.
Oh, man.
I mean, do we have any idea how much this maintenance bond would cost?
No, I don't know.
I've never heard of that, the maintenance bond on a tree, on a private property.
Oh. Jerry, do you have any idea of how much it will cost?
No, I don't. I haven't purchased a performance or maintenance bond since the late 90s.
So this, I mean, this may be, this may be something that we don't do, but there needs to be some mechanism to make sure people who get a permit to take down 3 trees do what they say and plant as a part of that permit.
Yeah.
Is there any way we can use an approach to get property owners to do the right thing that's a carrot approach as opposed to a stick approach?
Or a hammer.
I mean, I would just like to see incentives to do the right thing as opposed to, these additional costs.
So, okay, so can we
Like,
think of an
what?
incentive?
I don't know.
Because it looks like we don't trust our community.
Well, I would say that there are probably some people who have taken it, who are going to take advantage, and many people who are not.
So one thing that we can do is have them specify before the with the permit is the type and size of trees and the quote from a nursery or a landscaper of which trees are going to go back onto the property, and that becomes part of the permit.
Mm-hmm.
Attach it to the permit. It's our responsibility to check to see if that work gets done. I understand that, and we probably develop some kind of a timeline for that work to be done. But past that, I can't really think of the situation where we would be fining people for not doing something that they promised to do. Usually fine people for doing something wrong.
Right. The problem is that the enforcement options available to the village are pretty blunt instruments. I mean, all we really can do is take them to justice court
Yeah.
and, let the justice court impose a fine. But it doesn't get you trees. That's the problem this was intended to address. I understand that it is a burden, and maybe an undue burden. That's your call on homeowners. But there's not, the alternative is just to have normal fine process. I mean, unless you want to do something like yank COs, but I don't think you want to do that.
No.
Make a home uninhabitable because they didn't plant a tree.
No.
Yeah, how about, just, is there a regular, I mean, if I get a permit to do something, electrical work, and I don't do it right, and the final inspector comes in and inspect it, and he says it's not right, he gives me an order to remedy, right?
That's
Yeah.
right.
That's right.
Well, could we do something like that?
We could, but then what happens when you don't remedy it? In the building enforcement context, what happens is if it's a life, health, safety issue, they will do what the building department will do what they have to do to enforce it. And we have tools to enforce important, really significant issues. But then, the stuff that's not important, we're in the same boat. We have to go to court. There's no, there was a movement a few years ago to create administrative enforcement bodies. So these things have to go to court. But the appellate division blocked that with a decision, said it's illegal. So we can't do that, create an administrative enforcement body.
Well, and what happens if you get their permit and it says you have to plant, oak trees, and then as often happens, the nursery says, oh, I don't have oak trees, but I have this other replacement, and they want to put in something else. How can I hope there would be a provision, I don't see, that you could have an accepted substitute.
Well, you can always get the permit modified.
But that would take time, right? I mean, this is an onerous process. To get the permit modified, would you have to bring in your arborist report again?
I don't think so. I mean, I think the arborist report and Jerry's more familiar with this stuff than I am, the arborist report is really to prevent people from taking down healthy trees by saying they're not healthy. Okay? The replacement terms are really more aesthetics and suitability.
Okay.
Right? If a tree's on the list, it's suitable. And I'm not sure, though, there's a reason why you would say, okay, you couldn't get an 8-inch oak, but you can get an 8-inch maple, and they're both on the list. What's the difference?
No difference.
Yeah.
All right. I'm feeling stung, and I'm nervous about that because of the Castaldi case, which I sat through on the zoning board, and now I'm being sued over, where he said, you know, my plan said to put in azaleas and I added a couple boxwood, and now I'm getting, you know, they're holding up my approvals.
That may be true, but that's only, you know, there's always, that's not necessarily the whole story. It was other things that got taken down. So
I realized I was there, but that was part of it, and we couldn't toss that part of it, right?
That was,
well,
yeah, but
I was
that was a more formal process. That was a tree preservation plan in the context of a subdivision approval. He could always go back and say, hey, I can't get X, or it's twice as expensive as I thought. I'd like to put up Y, and get that modification of his tree preservation plan, in that case by the planning board. Similarly with a tree permit, if, I don't know, as Jerry's issuing the tree permit or the building inspector is issuing the tree permit, whoever the officer is who's issuing the permit can always modify the permit within the constraints of the law.
right. And I think, and when Greg was talking about this in conjunction with the tree preservation plan today, he said people do get it modified. Not everybody does. Some people self-modify. Or, you know, those are the people that are always going to be problematic. I mean, this has been in the, although I will say, this is not a new bit of language. This has been in the code. This has been in the proposal since, I don't know, the first one we looked at last fall. So, you know, I think when we look at this, I mean, I think every time we look at it, we see different things, but this has been something that's been in it from the get-go.
Let me ask a question, getting back to just the performance bond itself. So you're trying to make a homeowner follow his plan of planting replacement trees, and the premise is that a performance bond will make that happen. But the homeowner could decide not to plant the trees. I mean, the performance bond doesn't mean that a contractor is going to come in and plant the trees against the homeowner's wishes.
Well, but the homeowner is obligated, once they take down the tree, they're obligated to replace it.
To replant.
That's what we're trying to address.
But I'm saying, if, I know that's what you're trying to, but what if you get a homeowner who says, I'm not going to do it?
Well, but
Does the performance bond prevent that? Because that's what we're trying to prevent, a homeowner who doesn't want, who says, I'm going to do it, and doesn't do it. But does the performance bond?
The performance bond is in favor of the village.
Uh-huh.
It gives the village the authority to do it at the expense of the surety.
So the village would come onto the property under the performance bond and plant the trees.
Right, the village would hire a contractor.
Yeah.
The surety would hire a contractor to do what was required. Correct.
Okay.
Now, let me just tease that out. What if the guy says, I'm not letting you on my property?
Well,
You have to get a court order to go on his property?
well, I mean, yeah, one of the terms of the bond would be you have to let him on the property. The surety is obligated to do it. So that would be part of the terms. I mean, if the guy stood there with a shotgun, that would be a different story, but.
Or if ultimately they didn't do it, they would lose their bond. Right?
So
I mean, that would be.
No, this is not a penal bond.
Mhm.
This is a performance bond.
Right, but I mean.
This accomplishes the work.
So if the work's not done, what happens?
The work does get done.
The village
The
hires
village
someone.
forces the surety to do the work.
Mhm. That is the worst case scenario, though.
Yep. Well, what's next? Let's finish this up.
Okay.
The appeal process, as we've discussed below, discussed previously, is identified again in G. The applicant has been denied a tree removal permit, may appeal to the village manager, and the village manager the appeal must be submitted in writing. In the event of a disputed decision, an appeal may be referred to a certified arborist chosen by the village manager and paid for by the property owner. Page 11, we're deleting the term tree dressing because nobody knows what that means. We are down in Article 5. The question was, could it be interpreted that both the homeowner and the contractor pay a fine? And no, in this case, Jerry replies, only the property owner can be fined.
Only what?
Only the property owner can be fined, not the contractor. If the property owner feels the contractor misrepresented, the property owner can go after the contractor, but there's one fine, and it's the property owner.
That makes sense.
Again, this was, and so there was a comment from Kathy Sable about the Tree Preservation Fund, which is a fund that's composed or built up by any fines. So if people do something without a permit, they would get a fine. And Kathy's suggestion was, if there's somebody who needs to take down a tree and can't afford to replace it, the village could use that fund to plant a tree on private property. I don't know if we can do that, but I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, then it requires the homeowner to prove that they can't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the other is going to be saying, I can't afford it.
Okay, and then there was another plea for a tree, like just for a tree fund, but we're not going to do that. So Bob, you think we can't do that? We can't possibly use our funds to plant trees on private property?
I think it's probably a good question. I mean, the question is, are you spending public money for private purposes?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there's not going to be any authority in this. I think you could argue that if the tree is on private property, it has to come down for health and safety reasons, and the person who owns the house can't afford to put up a new tree, and it's in the interests of the residents of the village that there be a tree to replace that, I think you could justify it. What I don't think you can do is take the money and say, you know, Mr. Smith wants a tree on his property, here, put up a tree for him.
There would have to be some sort of a hardship provision. Okay.
I believe so, and there would have to be a determination that wherever it is, wherever the tree has to go, has some benefit to the village.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You couldn't just, you know, put it on the back 3 feet of his property, not near anybody, nobody can see it, etc.
Okay. So that would be something we'd have to work on in another iteration.
Yep.
Like after the fact.
I don't mean to interrupt, but E, which we were just on the tree preservation fund, are we keeping as is? I'm a little bit confused.
Keeping as is.
Okay.
Keeping as is. The suggestion was to use that fund, and that could be the next phase. We don't even have any. We haven't. Hopefully, we'll never have that fund. Won't ever grow.
Okay.
Hopefully, no one will take down trees without permits.
Can I say though that the most municipalities, the intent for a tree preservation law like this one is to maintain the canopy or the percentage of canopy in the village. What does it matter if it's on a private property or we take the money and plant it on public property? We're still maintaining or improving the percentage of canopy in the village.
Yeah, I think that Kathy Zabel's comment was there are people who take down old trees because they can't afford to, the trees need to come down, but they aren't able to replenish them. So I don't know that we can do it, but I don't think it's even part of this law. Maybe that's something we tackle when there's when there's an abundance of funds and we need to do something with them.
Right.
Because you're right, it's just, you want to plant trees.
We want
in
to plant,
the
I
aggregate,
only go on private property if I don't have to plant trees.
right, in the aggregate.
I don't want to.
Also, the issue was raised, the maximum extent is a kind of a harsh term, because it means without regard to cost. So we should just delete maximum extent practicable, which I believe appears twice.
Yeah, I think so.
That's,
Yep.
okay, and then section 5, 342, the general appearance of seemed a little bit vague. So there was a suggestion that we replace with any grade changes shall be consistent with neighboring developed areas, as opposed to general appearance of.
Sure.
So it would read, the landscape must be preserved in its natural state by minimizing tree and soil removal. Any grade changes shall be consistent with the neighboring developed areas. Trees that do not have to be removed to facilitate the permissible development of the property may not be removed. Trees that are removed must be replaced in accordance with the requirements of chapter 318 of this code.
So just to be clear, that's existing language that you're going to be changing. That has nothing to do with trees. It has to do with grades. But that's,
Thank you.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay.
All right, so let's lose that. All right, listen, it's 7:16. We have an item on the executive session about 604 Holstead Avenue. We have Steve Otis at 7:30. So we've kind of plowed through this. Christy, you know where we're going with this?
Yep.
You do?
Thanks, everybody. So maybe we can get like a different revision for next go round.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks.
15 minutes or.
Yeah, I was hopeful.
I know, I was realistic. I knew it wasn't him. It's all right.
But we got some, we got it. We got partway through. That's great.
I agree.
I need a motion to go into executive session pursuant to 105(1)H of the New York State Public Officers Law as it relates to the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, as the publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. And this has to do with 604 Holstead Avenue. Can I have that motion?
So moved.
I'll second. Augie, can you call a roll?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Nora, are you going to stay in this?
No, I'm recused from this matter, so I'm not. So I'll just keep the computer on and come back when you come all back on. Okay.
Thank you, Nora. Talk to you later.
Thanks.
How do we do this, Augie?
Let's mute everybody. Okay, close on it.
Augie, can you forward me the number? Or I texted Sally. I don't know if I'll get it fast enough, but for some reason I don't see it.
I can send it to you, Christy.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yep.
Before I call, I'll just make sure everybody's muted.
Okay, buddy, do what you got to. Hello.
Hey, you know what? You guys are not muted. I can hear you.
Lordy. Everybody on?
I'm here, but my video's off.
Okay, we gotta get your video on, Kelly.
When you're here.
I know you need to see me. There we go.
Okay, Augie, get that thing off the screen.
We have a guest.
Okay, just, we gotta do a couple of housekeeping here. I need a motion to leave, we left executive, we adjourned executive session in executive session. I need a motion to close the work session.
So moved.
Second.
Augie, call roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Pardon me. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. Good evening. We're gonna have the Village of Mamaroneck regular Board of Trustees meeting. And our first, we're going to ask if anybody has electronic devices to silence them. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Aye.
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag
of the
of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. Tonight, we are very blessed. We have a visitor with us tonight. I need to open this meeting. I need a motion to open the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let me get back to that. We have two presentations tonight. The first one is a virtual presentation by our friend, Assemblyman Steve Otis. I just want to tell a little story first. When we were doing our budget, and we, like every other municipality, especially villages that do their budgets in March, begin the process, our budget coincided with the bottom falling out of the tub with the COVID-19 crisis. And I think we had $1 million hole in our budget. And I sent out an email talking about that hole. And soon after was contacted by Assemblyman Otis. And his reaction to that email was, "How can I help?" He did just that. We talked about ways he could help and capital projects he could help us with. And I put him in touch with village staff. And Assemblyman Otis has gotten us a grant that we will soon get for $250,000 to help get some of the capital projects for the police department and the fire department, the emergency services, that things we needed to get done from them. And that has helped us out greatly. And I just want to thank Assemblyman Otis for the people of the Village of Mamaroneck for that help at a time when we needed it the most. And I am going to now turn over the floor to the friend of the Village of Mamaroneck, Mr. Otis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it's great to be with all of you.
Cool.
I would say I've been in your shoes, because when I was in local government, and you have some years where there are economic downturns, and I know what that means towards a local budget and the need for maintaining local capital projects. But I don't think anybody is dealing with the hole that local governments have in their budgets that we're looking at right now because of the pandemic. Some of your elastic revenues are just bottoming out. Sales tax, mortgage recording tax, your building permits, and we don't know when this is all going to end. We don't know when the ship is going to right itself. But you still have to do a job, especially in the area of public safety. And so in hearing of the fact that you had some budget gaps related to some of these police and fire issues. I spoke to the mayor and then was able to look at some of your capital projects. And so we've identified some of the police vehicle and fire department equipment needs, and the village has put together a package that we now have the assembly looking over, and then it'll go to DASNY, but funding to help you get through this hump. I know how important it is, and I know how important the job you're doing. So we're on the road to that. I should also mention, last week we had an important meeting with state DOT. It was a conference call online sort of meeting with your village staff, the folks at DOT who helped us a few years ago with some of the traffic safety improvements on the Boston Post Road, especially in the sector near the high school. And there is some more work that needs to be done, some issues regarding curbs, curb cuts, the lining of the road, getting state DOT permission for certain things, and getting sign off on things that have to happen. And so I think Jerry can weigh in, but I think it was a positive meeting, and I think we're going in the right direction and trying to solve those problems. But I have a good relationship with the folks at DOT. They really did a very good job in our initial work a few years ago, where we've been trying for years and years to get them to reduce the speed limit on the Boston Post Road in front of Mamaroneck High School. And the legislature would not do it. The assembly would not do it, but we went to DOT directly, and the things that we couldn't do in terms of a bill, DOT, when they came down and met with everybody, met with the school district, the Safe Roads to Schools Committee, and the village and the town, came up with a game plan that we continue to implement further parts of it. So that's very important. I should also mention one other thing, which the village has been fortunate to secure a couple of major grants, and that is the Clean Water Program. And everywhere along the Sound, the water infrastructure costs are really tough to bear for local governments. And so Mamaroneck has been awarded 2 grants, and the Westchester Joint Waterworks, which you are a major part of, got in 2019 an over $3 million grant for some of the clean water work that they have to do. So I'm very excited that that kind of state assistance is coming to the village and to the Sound Shore. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to say hello for a few minutes. You guys have had your work session. You're probably already pretty tired, so but I'm happy to answer any questions about anything. And I just say, as a person who still thinks like a local government person, I appreciate the job that all of you do on the village board and on the village staff. It's exciting work. It's fun work. I hope you're having fun even in these challenging times, but I appreciate what a good job you all do. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Is there going to be a regular session of the assembly this year, or how's that going to work?
Well, it's sporadic. And so, for instance, today I had 4 committee meetings by Zoom and an Assembly Democratic Conference meeting by Zoom. Tomorrow we have session. So I am going up to Albany, and we're actually doing a package of bills specifically related to COVID issues. And I would say, much like all of you, since the beginning of March, that's pretty much all that my office has been working on, and that I've been working on personally, is helping people with unemployment, helping people with nursing homes needing equipment, school district issues in terms of how they're going to do their budget vote, technical issues for local governments and school districts, and helping businesses that are trying to get open, and some of the issues associated with that. So we have a COVID agenda tomorrow that is, one of the issues is going to be to give municipalities the ability to extend building permits if you would like to, for a longer period of time because of delays because of the pandemic. That would be an optional thing. Some other actions to give municipalities a little more flexibility in borrowing because of the pandemic. So it should be interesting. And but when we go back next, it'll probably be when there is enough stuff up in the queue, because logistically it is difficult to get together. We can't really meet all together in the assembly chamber. A lot of it is by Zoom when we're in our offices. They have a rule of having only a certain number of people on the floor. So if somebody has to speak on the floor, the chamber really can only accommodate under the rules that in a sense you're following tonight. They only allow in the big assembly chamber 15 members at a time. So it's a cumbersome process, but the biggest takeaway is there's a lot of need out there. There's a lot of food need. And I know, Mr. Mayor, you've been working on that. Everyone in the village and community resource center has been working on that. School districts have been working on providing food. Some of that. These are times nobody has seen in our lifetime, and we have your good work to thank for getting the village through it.
Well, thank you, Steve. Thank you for everything you've done for us.
I'm sorry, this is Dan Natchez. I just want to thank you for all of your hard work and dedication to trying to help everybody in the Sound Shore area, and been particularly a good friend to the village of Amerenik. We want to thank you very much.
You know, I worked, as you all know, I worked for Susie Oppenheimer for 28 years, and in all those car trips back and forth to Albany, I heard generations of stories about the village of Amerenik government and the village board of trustees, and stories from the 70s and 80s and everything since. So I feel like I have a special place in your village just because I had a front row seat through Susie all those years.
Yeah, just about Susie, really quickly, just to divert. I think you, I, and Susie drove out to Long Island one time because there was a special election.
Yes, yes.
And I went and I spent the day with Susie in front of a supermarket. And I have never seen anybody better in one-on-one relationships than Susie Oppenheimer. She could talk to anybody about anything and have an instant rapport. I never saw anything like it.
Well, that was an interesting trip, and actually the person that vacated that seat when we went out to volunteer that weekend ended up doing great things. That was the Senate seat that had been held by Mike Balboni.
Right.
Went on to be Homeland Security Chief for Governor Spitzer, then stayed on for a while, and now is doing a lot of emergency management stuff for a private firm. And he is a dynamite person who I speak to often and knows a lot about the problems. Actually, I want to get him to come back. We had him years ago speak in front of the Westchester Municipal Officials Association. We should have him come back again because there for all the kind of flood control and disaster management stuff that we all deal with. So that you have a good memory, Tom. That was a fun road trip.
It was. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks so much.
Enjoy the rest of your meeting. Thank you for letting me come and spend a little time with you.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. The next presentation is from our esteemed village manager, Mr. Barbario.
Often esteemed village manager is correct. I agree with that.
On the MS4 report, the municipal separate storm sewer system report. That's the 4 S's.
So I need to share my screen. I think I have it here.
You got it. You shared it.
I got it, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on one second. Let me see where it is.
Pardon me.
Okay. So I'll go to the first slide. Let me just do this here. So Mayor, this presentation is a requirement for the municipal separate storm sewer system report, for which typically the village engineer completes. We no longer have a village engineer. He moved on to the county. So I took the information that he had started to collect. I added more information that I was able to collect and put the report together. The report, you all have the report, and the report will be submitted to the state before June 1 as required. So the MS4 report is basically attached to our state pollutant discharge elimination system permit. And annually, just like I said, we have to complete this report for information regarding our storm sewer system. There are 6 control measures, which many of you have seen and some of you know really well. They are public education and outreach, public participation and public involvement, illicit discharge detection and elimination, site construction, construction site runoff control, post-construction runoff control, and pollution prevention, as well as housekeeping. So we have 6 topics, 6 control measures that the report focuses on. So all of them, basically, the way they require the village to submit this is to, during the reporting period, which is from March to March, so March of 2019 to the beginning of March 2020, you have to basically outline some goals, assess those goals, and then see what the future goals are. And so for the first control measure, in the past, as well as now, we continue to post information. We continue to post videos. We have information posted here at Village Hall and in other locations. But Kyle Troy, our naturalist, really helps us out significantly with this one and the participation. But public education pretty much is managed by Kyle Troy of the Marine Education Center, for which last year she was able to provide water quality programming for 575 kids in our schools. Speaking with her, she wants to try to improve that coming this September all the way into March of next year, if school does open up again, hopefully, to increase that by 25%. So to increase that by over 150 additional children. The second control measure is the public involvement. So Kyle is very involved in that. We have the ability to work with the local schools by using media options. In fact, Kyle this year, based on an outreach program that she developed herself with the fact that we were dealing with the COVID situation, is that she started to create videos, and the videos are provided through Facebook Live and on the YouTube channel, and she took that on herself. We want to continue. This was the flyer from the last year's Clean and Green event, which occurred on April 27th. We want to continue with that. Maybe there might be one in the fall. I'm not really sure, but hopefully there's another in the spring of 2021. We did not have one this year, obviously. We want to try to get the scouts involved some more, and we also want to see if we can round up a group of volunteers to continue to identify the markings on catch basins and provide the placard to be able to educate people as they're potentially areas where pollutants can enter. Control measure number 3, which is investigating illicit discharge. We've tried to do this. We have inspected outfalls, and we continue to have manual record keeping, but we tried to implement a new software tracking system, and that didn't really work out for us. So we're in between systems right now and looking for hopefully the next software system that we can implement village-wide to be able to help us with these ideas and looking and monitoring the discharge and eliminate their sources. Control measure number 4 is basically looking at the code and trying to find ways to revise it and improve the code. Revising the local stormwater code is a carryover, and it may take a little bit of time because we're also in between staff as far as the engineer's office. I'm trying to fill in with a consulting engineer as much as possible. But the software program will be essential to that as we look and potentially modify the village code for site construction, stormwater runoff control. Number five is monitoring post-construction practices. Hernani, our former village engineer, wanted to do this with the software program in conjunction with trying to train DPW staff. That's unfortunately on hold for a little while, but when we do finally find a reliable and hopefully the best software program, we can continue on with this. It's hard to give you an idea of when the new software program could potentially be presented to the board, but I have hopefully put a goal in place of next March, 10 or so months from now, to try to provide that to the board. But in between all of our responsibilities, Augie, Cliff, Dan, and I, we're looking and searching and taking on demos to try to see if we can identify the best software program going forward. Number 6 is a success story. Number 6 is the stormwater management. We had a goal of cleaning and inspecting 300 catch basins. Last year, we've exceeded that goal. We cleaned 454 catch basins, partly because we had a contract and partly because it was a real focus of the DPW and the sewer foreman, as well as purchasing a brand new truck, which is pictured here. That truck is out. We had a very mild winter. That helped us significantly. And so with the new equipment, we want to be able to be more responsive with the need for catch basin cleaning. This, of course, was really pushed by the Flood Mitigation Committee as well as the Industrial Advisory Committee. But a goal for this year is to continue to train all the motor equipment operators to operate this truck and to have the redundancy and the ability for all staff to be able to use it at any time.
So you cleaned 454 catch basins.
454 catch basins. Yep.
Great job.
We also videotaped 1,776 linear feet of pipe. And we hope to enter into a shared service agreement with the town of Mamaroneck very soon for a camera truck and trained staff. We inspected, I think it was 32 outfalls last year. I can check on that number, but I'm trying to go by memory. In addition to that, we repaired 61 catch basins and completely replaced 18 catch basins through a contract, same contract that paved almost 50 roads and replaced almost 100 of the ADA ramps that we have at our corners. So we've been pretty busy last year. Not to take away the fact that Kyle is a one-person show. She really is a force when it comes to control measures 1, which is public education and outreach to our community. And that's it.
Yeah, I just want to, Kyle has those shows at 10:30 on Tuesday and Friday. And they, as you said, they're on Facebook and they are on YouTube.
Yeah.
And today's show had 651 viewers on Facebook.
She's amazing.
And I can tell you from someone who posts often on Facebook, if you have 651 viewers, you have a following. So
yeah, I agree. I mean,
it's interactive. She asks questions and she waits for the kids to answer. And sometimes if the kids don't answer quick enough, the mayor answers. Sometimes I'm wrong.
Right.
but it's really, she's made lemonade out of lemons with this COVID thing.
That's true. So if the board has any questions, the report is going to be submitted by the end of the week. The backup information that I have that was provided to me, as well as the information that I collected, was posted on this agenda. And the presentation, which is something that Trustee Tefor and I talked about, and I wanted to provide the board and the public this evening.
Anybody on the board have any questions?
Gary, can you put your highlights again, and that'll help me with my
The last page,
comments.
yeah, I'll bring that back up.
Yeah, please bring it. I'll give mine.
Excuse me for a minute.
You should get dinner.
But I can start by pointing out there's one highlight that is not there, and I think this is the first time that we have the backup in posted with the agenda. You know, it is probably irrelevant for many, but it is important for me that it's the first year that we do have. You know, even if it's well, it just the comment period just started on Friday. The materials are there and they support what you have presented today. So anybody who wants to look at them can now see why the form, which is actually tedious to go through, is now explained, and people can go into it. It's the first year since I've been on the board that's been done. So I would also put it in your highlights, but I don't see them on the screen.
I'm trying to get them up. Here it goes.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay. There you go.
You should see it now. Okay, so let me go to that last page.
Go to your highlights, and then because this gets a little complicated.
Yep. I'll go to that last page.
Yeah.
This one right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And okay, so I'm going to work backwards. The stormwater municipal operations. There's a little place in the form where you say, have you achieved your goals of this year? Yes or no. It's kind of a pass or fail.
Okay.
And for many years, it used to be a no. This year, because of the numbers and what you just presented with the catch basin work, it is a yes. So that is tremendous that we've turned a no into a yes, and doing not just the right thing, but something that is meaningful, because I think that's the main thing about this report.
Yeah.
We need to get out of just a form and how we, and of course the record keeping is central, but what does things that really matter. And I think not just purchasing the truck, but putting it to good use, it is something that we really need to highlight. So I just want to really underscore that a couple times.
Okay.
And the other thing I think it's probably not here, but I'll mention it before. I do like the village manager having the report, because I don't think it's about for the engineer. You know, as you well explained, it has to do with a Marine Education Center. It actually has to do with more than that, with the Committee for the Environment.
Yeah.
For all the good work that goes into cleaning, keeping our village running and concentrating water. So the manager doing the presentation for me actually is quite a significant milestone as well.
Okay.
But I'll continue working backwards. I think on 5, you honestly filled the space saying we failed, we haven't reached our goal. I think you are correct, and it's been going for years. We really have to work on post-construction and follow-up of that. So that's something that hopefully next year, or at least we have a plan to turn that no into a yes, that fail into a pass. And actually on construction runoff, you have it as we've passed, but because the construction runoff is really, the program really relied on us changing the code. I think the code change is not just what's gonna do it, and the software. I think that honestly should be a no, but I defer to your discretion. I think more than just putting pass or fail, I think what is the honest assessment? I have to be honest on, and I would say that would not be a good pass for me.
Mhm.
On the illicit discharge, I think we do pass. I agree with that, but I do think we have to be cautious with that. We can't lose the grip on illicit discharge, because that's where you find, broken pipes or sewer that is getting into stormwater, and those are things that are really have an immense effect on water quality. So we've been tracking that, but we need to really have a program in place not to go to that level. And finally, on 1 and 2, I do think it's amazing what the Marine Education Center is doing, but we just can't rely on Troy, because she's a naturalist, so she explains the fishes, but this goes beyond naturalists and its impact of pollution and runoff. We need to educate, how to clean how to better take care of our gardens and our trees and our yards, and how to make sure that there's not enough. So I think we really need to make that a more general program, not just the Marine Education Center. The Committee for the Environment has always been involved. They cannot be dropped off this. So overall, I do want to thank you for picking this up. And I think the water program overall, really, it's a combination of this stormwater with the sewer management. And you put those two together, there we have what needs to happen in the village, and it becomes really part of our DNA. So we're making small strides, but important ones. So with that, I'll pass it on to anybody who wants to follow.
Can I ask, Victor, can I ask on the focus on the yards and trees, are you talking about things such as what we've talked about in the past, like nitrogen and nitrogen runoff and those kinds of things?
Yes, and actually, you remind me, there's a section at the end of the program that you have not filled, because it goes to those more focused programs. I think you can talk to DEC to tell you how to make some progress so that we can start working on that next step.
Okay.
The whole issue with Long Island Sound is nutrients. So municipalities that need to do something about this, and we need to rely on our citizens. There are programs. The Mamaroneck, the township, is doing a lot based on the volunteers, the sustainability collaboration. So that's something that we just need to expand on. Okay. And I think the Committee for the Environment will be the right place to work with.
Okay.
All right.
Anybody else on the board?
Thanks, Jerry. I know that this is not what you expected to do in February.
That's fine.
May. But I do think
in May.
Right, but I mean, you didn't know you had to do it until about 6 weeks ago. So thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody in the public?
Thank you.
It is Stuart and Glenn.
What?
Stuart and Glenn.
They have their hands up?
Yeah.
I'm calling them.
What do you want?
Stuart first? No, Stuart.
Good evening. You there?
Yep.
Thank you. Good to see everybody looking well. I cut out during part of, Trustee Tofor was speaking, but I hope before my 5 minutes start, the board might entertain a motion to suspend the rules so I get more than 5 minutes to speak.
Your 5 minutes have started, Stuart.
Okay, would like to go back to the highlights page. Last year on number 5, and incidentally, I don't see where it says pass fail on any of these things on what I have. So I don't know if you're looking at something different, but that would be unfortunate. It says the closed stormwater permits with post-construction stormwater practices were used to generate the count of the inventory data. So last year, the village engineer gave a long explanation of how he closes out permits, how he closes out SWIPs. Turns out that pretty much everything he said was untrue. So I'm interested in how you're closing out permits. But truly, if you're answering questions I raise is going to count against my time, I would suggest I just finish up and you answer questions. So the first thing I would say is the MS4 report for this year needs to include my comments from last year and the village's responses to my questions from last year. That's required by our Speedies permit. So I hope you'll take a look at that and conform the report to that. So I would go to MC3, page 2 of 4. The first question asked is, what types of illicit discharges have been found during this reporting period? Broken lines from sanitary sewers are checked off. Cross connections, illegal dumping, and inflow and infiltration are all checked off. The next question is, how many illicit discharges, potential illegal connections have been detected during this reporting period? The answer is 0. My question is there a difference between found and detected? I'm sorry. And detected seems incongruous. Number 7, has the storm sewer shed mapping been completed in this reporting period? The answer is yes. The answer was yes last year. When the village finally produced it after the report was filed, it turned out it was incorrect. I sent a number of things that were wrong to the village engineer, who said he was going to work with the village planner and correct the map. I've asked for the map. I haven't gotten it, like any of the records I've asked for. 8, the question is the sewer shed mapping available on GIS? The answer is no. My question would be, why is the answer no? Page MC3, page 3 of 4. Number 11, the question is, what % of staff in relevant positions and departments have received IDEE training? The answer is 100%. My question last year and again this year is, who is relevant staff? MC3, page 4 of 4, E. The question is your MS4 on schedule to meet the deadline set forth in our SWMPP? My question would be, what is the deadline in our SWMPP? I would suggest if board members had looked for our SWMPP, you would find out we don't have one. So I think that's a problem with the report. MCM 4/5, page 1 of 2. The question is, does your MS4 coalition have a mechanism for receipt and consideration of public comments related to construction SWIPs? The answer is yes. My question is, what happens when SWIPs are done in secret, like was done on 207 Grand? Is there an opportunity? I've told this board that our code says all SWIPs are approved by the planning board, but it seems like we don't want to enforce that part of the code on certain members of the development community. MC4, page 1 of 3. Third question is, what % of active construction sites were inspected during this reporting period? And number 4 is, what % of active construction sites were inspected more than once? The answer both times is 100%. My question is that, are you answering 100% that all sites get inspected for something? Or are they getting inspected for construction sites, stormwater runoff controls? My suggestion, my conclusion from looking at rafts of village records and inspection records is 100% is not true. MCM 4, page 3 of 3. 7A is briefly summarize the measurable goal in the SWMPP, which we don't have in this reporting period. The answer is revisions to the current local stormwater code is still a goal of the village. As stated before, the village will use whatever software is available to track information at inspection intervals. I've been hearing this for 5 years. The village engineer and the village attorney have been working on rewriting the code for the last 5 years. I don't think anything's ever been brought forward. MCM5, page 3 of 3, briefly summarize the measurable goal identified in the SWMPP in this reporting period. The answer is given is post-construction practices will be monitored by the village consulting engineer once a program is identified. If possible, select staff in the DPW will assist with the audit of various functions.
All right, Mr. Tigers went way over 5 minutes. I was trying to interrupt him and he wouldn't listen.
Mayor, he has one more to go. He has covered 5 out of 6.
Okay, well, he's also gone over, I'll let him go, Victor, but he's gone over 7 minutes, and when I asked him to stop, he wouldn't listen, so this is his last chance. Put him back on. Just kill him mute. Finish your last one, Stuart.
There's still a mute sign on his.
He's probably still talking.
Yes. He needs to unmute himself. Stuart, unmute yourself. We set the request.
When was I muted?
You were muted because I was trying to tell you, you were way over 5 minutes and you just kept filibustering.
But when was I muted?
You were
I'd like
muted
to finish.
you were at 5.
Okay.
Please try and listen to when I try and talk to you. You want to finish?
I am going to finish. I'm going back to where I was. MCM 5, page 3 of 3. It says briefly summarize the measurable goal, and it talks about post-construction practices will be monitored by the village consulting engineer once a software program is identified. So I guess until then, and it's been, as I said, 5 years, we won't monitor it. I will tell you 5 years ago, the building inspector told the planning board when an application for the Henry Street subdivision was in trouble that the village had a tick file. Any managers will know what a tick file is, that automatically brought up who was being inspected. As far as I know, we have never, ever inspected a stormwater management system post-construction. Never.
Okay, finish up, please.
Page number B, it says best and reliable software program to track this stuff. Again, our stormwater management plan says that, quote, owners of installed best management practices shall report to the building official at least annually, certifying that best management practices are operating and being maintained properly.
Thank you.
I'm not done.
No, you are.
Page 6.
No, you are. You're done.
Municipal practices. It appears we've had no training for 5 years.
You can send all the rest of yours in. You've had more than double what was allotted. I'm not going to play that game. Please send your comments in via email. You obviously have them written out. Please go to Glenn.
Good evening.
Hi, Glenn.
Number one, we had 300, over 300 storm basins cleaned.
454.
Out of how many? How many storm basins do we actually have in the village?
You have 1,500, give or take.
Yeah.
1,500, so actually you did over 30%. Very good.
We did 454, Glenn.
Yeah, I'm saying you did like over 30%. That's a great number.
Yeah.
I asked this question last year.
Same
The sewer plant has the implementation of our different programs actually changed the infiltration into the sewer system during storm events of the Westchester sewage plant. I'd asked that last year. The mayor said he didn't have the information. He'd have to ask Westchester County. Because the whole idea of this is to try to cut down infiltration into our sewer system, which especially spikes during storm events. Do we have numbers showing that we are actually having less infiltration of the storm system than we used to?
And that's another question for the Westchester, I believe.
Well,
I don't have that information.
yeah, I believe the village should have that information too, because it was a good sign is, are we moving forward on that? The third one is septic tanks and storm management systems. We have many being put in, especially with commercial properties, and they all need maintenance. And I believe there is a list of these different systems put in. I had asked Hermione last year, do we have a list of all storm management systems on properties that were required that need maintenance and septic tanks? And are we checking to make sure that they are maintained? In other words, all I would be asking for is that the village should be maintaining a list, and proper maintenance should be sent in to the village by somebody certified by the County of Westchester to do such work, to make sure that not only are these maintenance systems put in, that they're maintained to do what they're supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Anybody else on the board have questions? Jerry, thank you for putting this together.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well, you're welcome, Jerry. Well, I didn't do anything, but thanks anyway. All right. Hopefully, I'm glad we're making progress. As Victor pointed out, we have some work to do, but we're making progress, so that's all you can say about anybody, right? Okay. Public hearings, we have no public hearings. Communication to the board, round one. Augie?
Go ahead, Glenn. Glenn?
Has your hand up?
Number one, tree committee, you had a discussion on it. I have a vast problem with the law that you're passing. It puts an undue burden on the working class of the village of Mamaroneck. At the very least, you should have properties perhaps less than a half an acre exempt from the law. To turn around and have to remove a tree and hire an arbitrist, putting flats, is completely different than having somebody down on Flagler Avenue. It says, for one, it's the cost of a sandwich. For the other one, it's that $600 bag of groceries that you were delivering at Mamaroneck Avenue School. If you have to start to get permitted and to have an arbiter come on a small property in the village of Mamaroneck, the burden that you're putting on those small homeowners, with all the burdens you have already put on, including the state raising the sales tax by 1%, which in fact is a burden more on lower and middle class than anybody else, and any report you ever see on that, everything that you do has been affecting the homeowners of this. Restrictions on how you can use your house, build your house. This is just another burden that you would be putting on that one half of the village can afford, the other half of the village cannot afford. Number two, well, I'll wait for to speak on the I'll wait to speak on the tennis when the tennis arrives.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Glenn. Okay, next item on the agenda is, pardon me, the order of the bills. Resolution authorizing budget transfers for the engineer's salary. And Jerry, I believe what this is Mr. Almeida was owed vacation time and such, and this is taking it from his, what we would have, the money we would have used to pay him had we had a village engineer still, and we're transferring it to what he's entitled to under his contract, right?
Yeah, 37 and a half days at separation is what this transfer is all about.
Okay. Anybody have any questions about this?
No. No.
Okay,
I think just one quick question.
Right.
I think you still have a good amount left on consulting, because you're moving from consulting.
Yes, contract services from consulting, yeah.
You're more or less halfway there.
Yeah, I don't recall what's left over, but there was money in there, so we moved that. We were asking to move that to salary line.
Going to my account, you should be around 70. So
Okay.
You're fine.
Good.
Okay.
All right.
It's okay.
Need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Augustino, call roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the floor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Authorizing to exec budget transfer to fund over budget accounts. So we're moving money around from Board of Trustees, part-time salary. We're moving $11.40 to another part-time line. The Justice Department precise translator interpreter, we're taking $420 for office equipment and $110 for training, and moving it to contract services.
Mhm.
Building safety, building contract services, $13,819, and moving it to regular contracts, just different lines. Insect control, we're taking it from managers personnel, and we're doing the seasonal labor.
Mhm.
J&M heating service invoice for 169 Mount Pleasant. We're taking building department 4,000. We're moving that to contract service. Central garage, FT. What's FT?
Full-time.
Full-time, and moving it to sanitation full-time. And that's the whole shooting match. Somebody have any questions or concerns?
I just have a comment. I think it, and probably this is for Augie or for Jerry. Sometimes it's easy to know when you have the two columns, where it's coming from and what for. Sometimes it's not that easy, because you're telling it's for in the same column. Essentially, your columns, where it's coming out from and where it's going, is not that clear. I think it should, just make sure the column where it is going, it really indicates where it's going. You follow me?
So
Yeah.
the two.
I don't have it in front of me, but I was trying to. I think you can be clearer on where it's going. Sometimes it's convoluted. Which department it's going to and what other account. It took me a while to just navigate through it. Okay, you get my point.
Yeah, I do.
Right. No objections on substance. It's fine.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, I agree with Victor. Thank you.
Or I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, the ladies need some help here with the motions and the,
Thank you.
Very quick.
But we're doing it.
I know you are. Chicks get it done. Augie Floor.
Whoa.
Trustees.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes. Okay, thank you. The next is the audited bills, $397,159.53. Does anybody have any questions or concerns?
No.
I think Mr. Teager has his hand up.
Enable your mic, T.
Good. Page 5, under the Abrams Fensterman, is there now a litigation with Brixmore property? I see it at the bottom of the page. It looks like a filing fee or something.
There is no litigation. I'm not sure what that is. Let me pull it up.
Get to your next question while he's looking it up.
I'll wait.
Okay, it's cutting into your time.
Really?
Yeah, really.
You guys are supposed to know what you pay for. I would hope, given that we're paying $67,000 in attorney's fees on this invoice, that you would be concerned about possible new litigations. Just my thought.
Okay, thank you. Still cutting into your time.
That's
Read it exterminating at the bottom of the page, and again on a subsequent page, there's a $1,450 charge to Harbor Island Exterminating. Seems like a lot of money. I'm not sure what that's for. I understand there was some big contract with Rivet to do something in the pavilion, but I thought you made that major payment already. So I would hope the board checks this. You know, going forward into the pandemic, I would hope this board's a little more attentive to your responsibilities under the law to make sure what you're paying for. So if you want to take it off, that'd be the responsible thing to do, and check, you know, and find out how many mice we're killing or whatever we're killing down there. Page 20, down the bottom, insect control. Clark mosquito control process. I assume these are the dunks for the catch basins. Is that correct?
Briquettes.
Okay, briquettes. How many is that for?
I got to look it up. I don't recall. It's going to take me a little time to look it up, but I will.
Email them tomorrow.
Okay.
Bob, did you have an answer for him about that bill?
Yeah, the answer is that should have been moved into retainer, not into a separate bill. So we'll fix that.
Can I interrupt also?
When will you fix?
Go ahead, you continue, then I'll go back.
I mean, you know, it's going to cut into my time, Victor.
Go.
You start talking away here.
Go.
That's it. I would encourage this board to really think about the option you have of appointing a resident board to oversee the bills, because clearly this board does not have enough information when you pay bills to know what you're paying for. And I believe Mr. Spalzino will tell you that's the requirement of village law. If not, I'm happy to be informed why I'm wrong. Thank you.
Bob, what were you gonna say?
I had said what I said.
Okay.
Right, but he should fix it. I mean, are you gonna pay it on this line, or will you just take it off and fix it next time? A little attention to detail would be nice at some point, especially when you're paying again.
Victor, what were you gonna say?
I had the same question also for hammocks, the 203 hammocks. Should that be retainer or is that a separate matter?
It should have been retainer also.
So those two, yeah, it's 365, 265 and 120, 245 and 120, so it's 365.
That's right.
Maybe somebody can do the other math.
Okay, take $365 off the table. So, anybody else have any questions?
I move approval with the changes being made as just discussed, the two changes.
Wait.
We're reclassing these to retainers. We're not taking it off to.
Yeah, but you don't pay to retain.
It doesn't increase the amount of the retainer. The retainer is the retainer.
No, it reduces the audited bills by the.
I'm asking a question, hold on.
Okay, got it.
What do you mean? It doesn't, Augie,
This is retainer or retainage?
Retainer.
Oh,
Those should have been billed to the retainer account.
all right, then we're gonna take it off. So Augie's gonna do the math for me. 365. Because I gotta have the math. $157,159.
397,
159.53
159.53
minus 365.
minus 265. 396,
Hold on, 396,
794,
794.53.
0.53.
Okay, the abstract of the bill is now $396,794.53. I need a motion to pay those abstracts.
So moved.
Second.
Actually, second.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Yes.
the four,
Victor.
You're muted.
Sorry, yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. All right. Resolution authorizing amendment to procurement policy, we're gonna hold. Resolution, who's humming? Resolution granting New York State authority to perform adjustments to Route 1 bridge replacement. Okay, Jerry, you wanna go over this?
So the major change here, this was presented to the board, and Trustee Tafora asked for a provision. So the second to last, be it further resolved, I believe we added, and Dan Sarnoff will correct me, only after receiving approval of the Board of Trustees shall the manager be authorized to sign the documentation that may be necessary as a result of the project. Two additional items, Mayor, if I can just talk, because I followed up on the state will not reimburse us for any consulting engineer or engineer services that we provide or we ask to review this project, and the timeline will not be extended. I think that was Deputy Mayor who had asked that. The timeline will not be extended regarding the bridge replacement. It'll still be within the 6 to 8 week, 6 to 8 month. Wow, I wish it was.
That was even with the allowing one lane of traffic.
Yes, there's no additional time that is expected.
That's great. Thank you.
Yep.
So Jerry, is there a possibility of amending the contract to say that their engineers will do it to our satisfaction?
You're talking about the resolution or the contract? Because
Contract.
It's not a contract. We don't have a contract with the state, it's their bridge.
You're entering into an agreement, are we not? With this state?
this is to perform the adjustments to the bridge where we're working together with them. What I'm trying to, and I'm a little tongue-tied because I can't understand how I could ask them to make sure that their engineers are performing to the satisfaction of the village when I don't have anyone reviewing it to do so.
Yeah, and also, I mean, this is ultimately to replace any village utility that have to relocate, which they have to, prepare designs for and have it approved by the Department of Health.
Here's the thing, they don't want to, they're not going to listen to us. And the other part of it is, if they do listen to us about something and something goes wrong, they're going to blame us. This is their bridge. It's their road. This is a problem we don't have to get into.
It's our sewers, and if they screw it up, it's our problem.
Yeah. It's a pipe going across. It won't be the first pipe they replace across a bridge.
That's not the issue, Tom.
Yeah, we can't control everything then.
Mayor, if I may, either we pay for an engineer to supervise the state, or we don't, and when there's a problem, we go back to the state telling them to fix it. I don't see any other option.
We can't afford to pay for an engineer to supervise the state. Nobody does that.
Right.
Any other questions or concerns?
No. No.
I think Glenn has his hand up.
Yeah, one question. Sewer lines, utility lines, water lines and such under the bridge, who is bearing that cost?
State.
Bearing all costs? Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Easiest question, Nate. I need a motion to approve this resolution.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Really? Really? Second.
Wow.
Unreal. Just unreal.
Call roll. Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Reluctantly, yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yeah. Oh, God.
It just,
Okay. Resolution authorizing use of PayPal contacts payment. Jerry, you want to talk about this, buddy?
I wouldn't be able to do it justice. Augie and Cliff have been helping us get to this point, and it would be village-wide where we would be taking electronic payments. Obviously, that's more important than ever, but I'm pretty sure Augie can provide some detail for the board and the public.
Do this, Joe.
I think Jerry did a great job. They'll accept Apple Pay, Google Pay, and the chip on the credit card. Each unit is $99, and it would help us keep everybody safe, both the end user and the village employees,
Okay.
for the board's consideration.
It's a good deal.
Does anybody have any questions? I know that you guys did this quickly but thoroughly, and I appreciate that, because I remember how that was going back and forth, and I thank you all for doing it. It has allowed our village to operate smoother and more safely.
So I think it's a great idea, but is it just in Village Hall or is it at every?
We have 5 collection points. It's going to be throughout the collection points throughout the village. So it's going to be Harbor Master, DPW, Recreation, the Building Department, and the Clerk Treasurer's Office.
So we just put everything, every place gets a machine.
Correct.
Great. Okay.
that's great. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else have questions or concerns?
No.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Augie, please call the roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye.
Mhm.
Next is a resolution authorizing acceptance of touch tank donation. And this is for the aforementioned Marine Education Center down in Harbor Island Park. They have, when you could go visit when we get open again. They have lovely tanks where the naturals will help you, feel a starfish, touch a seahorse, or, a lot of different sea creatures that children can interact with. And this is a $50 donation by Andre and Camelia Markarian. And we want to thank the Markarian family for their generous donation. I hope the board can accept this. I'll make the motion to accept the donation.
I'll second and say thank you.
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Victor, your vote?
Did say yes.
I'm going to hear you.
Mayor Murphy,
Aye. Okay. Sport time agreement. This is an agreement between the Village of Mamaroneck and Sport Time to continue their operation for the next 2 years while the village considers the next steps in Harbor Island Park. Any questions or concerns from the board?
No, I think I'm glad we've got it done.
Yep, thanks for getting it.
Some of the highlights of this are that the village will be getting 10%, not 10%, we're getting 12% instead of 10%. And we'll also be getting a $150,000 payment minimum instead of a $75,000 payment. Okay?
Yep.
Augustino, call a roll. No, I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Before you vote, Glenn wanted to say something, so. I
Oh,
don't
right.
know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Glenn,
Sorry.
yeah, Glenn has his hand up.
Yes, quickly. I was looking at the contract quickly. Does this mean at this point we are legally done with sports time after this contract and there is no chance of any lawsuit of any kind, that both of us have given up all rights to everything after the 2 years? After the 2 years, that's it. We can put it out to bid and we don't have to worry about sports time inserting any rights to the harbor anymore.
This is, I'll never say that nobody can ever sue, but this is peace for the next 2 years. The village is going to look at all our options. We're going to put out an RFP, and Sports Time is more than welcome to bid on that RFP.
Yeah, I read the contract and it seemed like you finally got it. So that, a couple of really quick things. Number one, it's $150,000 as a minimum, which means if Sports Time does $2 million, we get $240,000. Would that be correct?
That's correct. The math checks out.
Okay. What I would do is I would look at what Sports Time did last year, and I would put down in our budget 70% being the fact that they're probably going to lose their summer camp this year. And then you can just monitor how much income is actually coming in, because I believe they give you a report. They have to pay you 60 days after a month is out. But I would start them at probably 70% of what their revenue was last year, just for the fact that I think they're going to be losing money over the summer with the summer camp. And hopefully in September, they get back up to where they were before. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. All right.
call the roll.
I need a motion.
They did.
Oh, we did already? Okay, call roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy,
Aye. Resolution authorizing parking spot for clothing drop-off. We're going to hold that because we are going to offer them an alternate spot, which I hope they find to their liking. And then the last resolution is authorizing an IMA for use of boat slips by government agencies at no cost. And what this is, since time immemorial, the Coast Guard has had 2 slips for the auxiliary Coast Guard station that we have down Harbor Island, which serves the community and keeping boaters safe on the water and teaching actually boating classes, which are very helpful when I'm sure when they're able to do it again. And the other is Westchester County Department of Health maintains a boat in Harbor Island, which they use to test water quality. It's very important to Harbor Island and to the clubs in the community where they have their water quality tested, especially after a storm, to see when it is safe to go back into the water. So those are the three slips that we would give at no cost because there's a public benefit to those slips. Does anybody have any questions or concerns? Okay, hearing none, no hands up. Can I have a motion?
No move.
Second.
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, the next item on the agenda is round two, communication to the board. Allison Stabile, go with her first, and then go with Glenn.
Allison, enable your mic.
I'm trying.
You got it?
We heard you.
Hooray.
Hi.
I hate technology. Okay, so I'm commenting because I've come to understand that there is an ethics board hearing being held tomorrow morning, Wednesday, May 27th at 10 a.m. And I'm not so much sure I'm asking a question except making a comment that I fail to understand how the process by which this can be happening is appropriate. First of all, as I don't need to tell you, we're in the middle of a pandemic where public participation is difficult enough to begin with. And then full information pertaining to this hearing was only made available on the village website this past Friday, which was the beginning of a holiday weekend at a time when the public has little to no opportunity to even be aware, much less review the material. And then the hearing's being held 2 days after the holiday weekend on a Wednesday morning when people have to work or homeschooling their kids. And, there's really no opportunity for the public to participate, tune in or anything else. So I find this to be completely unacceptable. And especially considering that the hearing involves a resident volunteer with a long history of service to this community. I just don't understand what is going on. That's the end of my comment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you, Allison.
Glenn is up next.
Glenn, enable your mic.
Now, hello.
We hear you.
Hi, Glenn.
Hi, Glenn.
A couple of things. You were talking about the dog law. Two things. Number one, part of the dog law ought to be that if you are going to have a dog on a leash walking it, it has to be licensed. That should be, if we have a law about dogs being licensed in the village, if you want to participate and walk your dog in the park, your dog ought to have a license. Number two, if you go through the town of Mamaroneck, where they walk the dogs, they have the doggy stations where you can get the bag and drop off the poop, which is one of the major complaints of the residents, is they don't want their children walking where dog waste might be. So if you actually go and you walk by the Sheldrake River up there through town of Mamaroneck, they actually have the green doggy station where you can pull a bag and you can put the doggy refuge right in it. And I think that if you're going to add the walking to the parks, you should definitely add those stations. That way you have the least impact possible on the parks. Number two, I've been watching the board meetings, and we actually had an incident where an applicant went before a board. It was the Board of Appeals. And they discussed everything that had to do with tearing down 2 buildings and building an office building. and they made their presentation. And then after the presentation was completely over, in discussion, they actually added a condition that was never discussed beforehand. They actually said if you tear down because restrictions on the parking, if you have a tenant, you can only use 75% of the building for the tenant, and you have to leave 25% of the building vacant. That was the exact thing. The applicant actually went back to appeal it, trying to say this was never presented to us, and we never had a chance to argue that, you know, why it's feasible for us to do such a thing. And they simply said, well, we don't want to hear it. We heard it once. This is what we decided. I don't think any board in the Village of Mamaroneck should be allowed to impose a restriction on an application that hasn't been discussed in a public meeting with the applicant beforehand. Because I've seen this happen a couple of times. Oh, by the way, we forgot to, once the public hearing is closed, if they want to put in additional restrictions, they should have to open up that meeting once again to the public. You shouldn't have boards allowed to add restrictions after the meeting's already been closed. I've seen them do it on restrictions of hours, restrictions of music and things, some big deal. But this one happened to be a kind of a large deal for a construction company over in the flats that have been here for years and years. The fact that they put a restriction on the building that if they, the part that they occupy is 5, but if they rent out a part of their building, 25% of that rental has to be empty due to parking restrictions they want to put on them. And the fact that that wasn't brought up as part of the hearing is ridiculous. A couple of more things that you're going to have to deal with is right now you have the Lum Yen property, which they are claiming hardship and looking for a variance of use. And you have the Board of Appeals trying to figure out what hardship meant, what percentage. The Board of Trustees is going to have to come up with a formula for what your return of value of property can be and what it has to fall under in order to be considered hardship. That's something the Board of Appeals shouldn't be doing. That has to be something that the trustees have to come up with a formula. If a property is worth $3 million, what is the rate of return for the owner of the property before he can claim hardship after expenses? That's something that this board has to address. The third one is where the paint place, the paint and wine place was on Mamaroneck Avenue, wants to turn into a gym, 153, I think, Mamaroneck Avenue. And the Board of Appeals is now claiming that they have jurisdiction based on the amount of traffic that they may be able to deny the application. Well, number one, there's a gym right next to it. Number two, I don't know of any statute right now in the Village of Mamaroneck that allows the Board of Appeals to deny somebody on the quote amount of traffic that they think that the business is going to generate. And you're just waiting for a lawsuit on that one because right next door is a gym. So how can your Board of Appeals say good to gym number 1 and directly next to it is a second gym, similar, maybe a few more people, but how can you say yes to gym 1, no to gym 2, and you're going to get sued?
Glenn, could you just wrap it up because you're over your time. Just please to finish your thought.
Unfortunately, I'm restricted from further discourse for the enlightenment and enhancement of our community by arbitrary time limits.
Okay, thank you.
And it is reality censorship.
Thank you, Glenn. Have a good day. Okay. Censorship. All right, report from the village manager.
Mayor, I took up a lot of the board's time and the public's time. The one thing though that I want to let the board know is that Kyle and I are working on a plan to open up the Marine Education Center as early as Monday or Tuesday of next week. And so with limited occupancy and the ability to monitor the door, we're trying to open that up so that children can enjoy all of the things that that she has in the center, as well as the donations that we receive and where it goes. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? No, I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. Report from Clerk Treasurer.
Yes, Mayor. Just a notice that first half payments are due in June, and they're going to be mailed out the 1st of June, the tax payments.
Good.
For this year, however, there's going to be a change in lieu of the COVID-19. No cash payments will be accepted. Appointments only in the Clerk Treasurer's office to come in and pay a Visa credit card. We've also installed a mailbox outside of Village Hall that if you want to put a check with your payment slip inside the mailbox, you could drop it in there and you save on postage, and we'll pick up the mail.
Just let me be clear. If somebody, just for some strange reason, doesn't have a credit card and they don't have a checking account, they'd have to get a money order.
Correct.
Okay. So you can pay by money order too?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just wanted to. Report from the village attorney.
Nothing from me tonight, Mayor.
Minutes, commissions, boards, and committees. Minutes of the Board of Trustees work session and regular session from May 11th. So I just want, before we adjourn tonight, I just want to point out that I think today we crossed the threshold in the United States of America of 100,000 deaths from COVID. A large part of them were in the New York and New Jersey area. So people we know, people we care about, people we work with. So I'd like to ask for a moment of silence before we adjourn in light of the loss of 100,000 of our own citizens to a terrible disease. Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Don't move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Aye.